They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for heal wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
You walked into the party like you were walking onto a yacht. Your hat strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarf, it was apricot. You had one eye in the mirror as you watched yourself go out. And all the girls dreamed that they'd be your partner, they'd be your partner. And you're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? Oh, you had me several years ago when I was still quite naive, when you said that we made such a pretty pair and that you would never leave. But you gave away the things you loved, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee. And you're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you, don't you? There were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. We probably think this song is about you. You're so vain. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? When I hear you went up to Saratoga and your horse naturally won, then you flew your Learjet up to Nova Scotia to see the total eclipse of the sun. Well, you're where you should be all the time, and when you're not, you're with some underworld spy or the wife of. Don't you, don't you, don't you? You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're
Hello, good evening, everyone. Social change warriors, justice seekers, free Karen readers, and justice for John O'Keefe seekers. Welcome to another episode of Friday Night Lies. I'm Catherine Felton Page, your host and founder of Social Change Warriors. Thank you so much to everyone who's been joining us on Friday nights as Julie and I, resident Bostonian, has been going over all of the testimony from trial number 1 and trial number 2. I started way back in January. Julie joined me at some point. She was always with me in the friend zone, but she joined me on the platform at some point in March, I believe. And we've been going strong ever since. We've listened to so much testimony. I'm going to have to add up the hours that we have listened to because we listened to it before Friday nights to get prepared and prepped. So I want to thank Julie, and I'll be welcoming her back up here to the platform here real soon. So welcome back to Social Change Warriors. If you're new here, welcome. We're glad to have you. We are a volunteer advocacy group. We advocate for victims of homicide who have no justice and also for their families. And in almost all the cases, we work with the family. I get a hold of them. We talk, we email. Sometimes I get to meet them in person if they're in my area. And we are very much grassroots on the ground, working with the families, trying to help them advocate to either get their case reopened or to somehow push it along if it's dragging and the police aren't really doing anything or they're not getting anywhere. And we want to help them keep their family members' name alive in the mouths of all of us until we can get justice for that person. They can rest in peace. Their families can have some peace. So that's what we're about. We are completely 100% volunteer. I do not get paid to do this, but I do welcome any donations now on a Cash App or the Venmo, just for program costs only, just for costs that it takes to do this 3 nights a week, every night of the week, every day that I'm doing my research. So, and that's only volunteer. There's no pressure whatsoever. This is my volunteer mission. So I'm happy to have you. If you haven't subscribed yet, I hope you'll consider it. It's free. And give us a like if you can. It helps the algorithm, I'm told, on YouTube so that our families can get the advocacy that they so need. So thank you so much. So, wow, it's been a long time since January. It feels almost surreal for me that this trial has come to a close. But for those of us that believed that there was shenanigans afoot from the beginning, from the minute that call went in, that there was a guy in the snow, a man in the snow from Jen McCabe, shenanigans were afoot. And most of us that 80% of us that took the polls across the country in the last 2.5 years do believe that's exactly what happened. So I am relieved that Karen Read is freed, but I am still sad and concerned that there is obviously no justice right now for John O'Keefe and his family. So we are hoping to continue on Friday Night Lies seeking justice for John O'Keefe, going over the evidence, going over whatever we can get our hands on. Now, the case is officially closed and the trial is over. So anybody should be able to do a freedom of information request and get whatever they want to get from the police department. Canton, Massachusetts State Police should be able to request it and read the police reports for yourselves. Many of the law tubers and streamers have gotten copies of them, the ones that were put out to the public. So, but that's where we're at now. Stage one, as Julie, my wonderful Julie, resident Bostonian, said last week, stage one is now complete. Stage one was freeing an innocent woman and not watching an innocent woman get convicted for something she didn't do. And now we're going to go on into stage two, which is justice for John O'Keefe. And what can we do as an advocacy channel to keep his name alive and to strive for justice for him and do whatever we can to make sure that we keep talking about John O'Keefe and getting justice as long as we can until that day happens. So again, welcome everybody in our friend zone. I'll be getting to you all in a minute. I love your comments. They're important. You always have very intelligent, kind things to say about both sides of this debate that's gone on, but the debate is now over. The jury, two juries have told us that there was absolutely not enough evidence to convict anybody for the death of John O'Keefe. The rest of us absolutely believe that she was framed and that the actual perpetrators who not premeditated, when we've never thought this was any kind of premeditated, let's take out John O'Keefe from this earth. It was an accident. I believe it was a fight that had been brewing for a while for what I believe are various reasons. All of you have your theories on what happened that night and why they got in a fight, but the fight was brewing well before they ever got to that waterfall. That you have to believe and trust. So I saw this beautiful pink Cadillac. I've seen it for months and months. It's not far from my house. This is a really cute little beach bar in Ormond Beach, Florida. And the woman who drives it has a nonprofit. I'm going to look into that and see what she's all about. She gave me her business card and she said it was okay that I used her car. And so here is our Karen Read freed pink Cadillac. I love it. It's amazing. And I hope I got that right. I hope that's a Cadillac. If I got it wrong, automobile enthusiasts, please let me know. But it's a beautiful car. I looked at the inside and out, so I decided to don that as our free Karen Read mobile for the end of the trial and justice for everybody that's been wrongfully accused. I wish people would be better about putting their initials at the bottom, because when you make a really good meme, I would love to give you credit. My sister skated competitively when she was young, and I have sat at freezing cold ice skating rinks more than I care to remember. My son played hockey, my youngest son, so I've been to lots of hockey games for college as well, for the Badgers and for my high school, Madison East, so I am not a stranger to ice rinks. They are cold, but ice skating and hockey is an amazing sport. This is such an amazing meme. I wish I would have put it over to the left because our logo that we have that comes up is blocking it, but it says Karen Read is freed. And in the bottom there is Proctor, zero chance she skates, which, sorry, Proctor, but you were way off on that, way off on a lot of things. So my little meme for the week was not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank goodness, because that would have been a travesty of epic proportions. Now, you all know that a lot of people out there don't agree, and not as many as do agree, because like I said, all the polls that I looked at, and I looked at 3 major polls and 1 smaller poll, 85% and above that she shouldn't have been convicted because the CW did not prove their case. And in America, you have to prove your case. And most of the time, a DA won't even take a case like this into trial because they know there's probably no way a jury can say with 100%, we don't have any reasonable doubt this person did this. And if a DA doesn't think a jury has the chance to be able to convict, they won't even take a case to trial. We've got 2 right here in Florida right now that, in my opinion, should have gone to trial, but they don't believe there's enough evidence. So they did not prosecute. In this case, they did prosecute, but it was swift. It was fast. It was within, 24, 48 hours that she was arrested, car towed, phone seized. Proctor brags he did a proper investigation. No way, Proctor. No way did you guys do a proper investigation. You've seen this on all of the Sean on the Golf and all the legal guys, the LA cops, and so many, and the sergeant himself from Dighton, Burroughs, and who am I thinking? Oh, Duty Ron. I mean, so many former police officers and FBI agents are speaking out that it was a terrible police investigation from the get-go, and it should have never gone to trial. And then once it did go to trial, there's no way that was a proper way to present a case when you have that much malfeasance and errors made by the police, whether they were on purpose or not. I believe they were on purpose. I don't think any police department is that bad and makes those kinds of horrible, nasty decisions. So tonight, Julie and I are just going to go over a little bit about what happened. We've got some clips to show you. We have some funny things to show you, some obviously serious things to show you. So let me bring Julie up. Hello, Julie, my resident Bostonian.
Give me a second.
Hang on, she says, wait a second. All right, let me say hi to everybody who's live with us right now. Welcome to all our Friday Night Liars. We've got Paul in the house, Susie Boo. We've got Julie, of course. Kim, hello, Kim, Virginian from Wisconsin. Amber is with us again. Hello, Amber. It was great seeing you over there in the other chat the other night. Great. That's who we've got live right now. And I'm sure I know Shauna's coming in eventually, probably Kathy and maybe Bert and some of our others, Vermont Breadsmith, and we've got a lot of Friday Night Liars that come live with us, and we appreciate you all so much. And to all of you on the replay, thank you. And sorry about the Doberman. He's having a boohoo moment. My son just went out. It's Friday night, and he gets to go. He goes out on Friday nights, and I'm with the Doberman. So hopefully he'll chill and relax. I got a bone here at the ready if my puppy's already sound asleep. So this is funny while Julie's getting her whatever she's doing. We call my Tanner, he's a Bernese Mountain Dog Mini and a toy poodle. So my son started calling him Mountain Poodle, and he says it in just the cutest ways. He goes like Mountain Poodle, and Tanner loves it. He just loves Zach, and he loves it when he calls him a Mountain Poodle. So, but today, for whatever reason, I kept calling him Turtle. I was cracking myself up because I've read so much about Aiden this week, and he had so many that I was in and out of. And so I started calling my poodle, his nickname is Mountain Poodle, and I started calling him Turtle today. So I thought that was funny.
Well, at least somebody's calling Turtle. Oh, was I not supposed to say that?
Now, don't be mean. We're not mean on this channel. Don't mean this. So anyway, sorry about the Doberman. He's going to have his little moments where he'll be quiet. He'll go to sleep. He'll wake up and bark a little till his papa comes home. So welcome, everybody. Like I said, again, we are here just to go over what happened this last couple weeks in the Karen Reed case and John O'Keefe. Come here, Zeus. Come here, Zeusy. Come here. Come get a bone. Mm-hmm. And we've got a lot of videos to show you, different creators that we got something out of this week. Either it moved us, or it made us laugh, or it was sad, or whatever the case may be. We've got some good creators content to share with you tonight, and discuss and talk about with you in the friend zone, and talk about what's the next steps. Like I said when I first put up our slide deck for tonight, stage 1, Julie put it so eloquently last week, stage 1 is complete. Now we're on to stage 2. And what does that look like for all of you that supported Karen Reed, that wanted her to be free because you didn't feel she should have been ever taken to trial or convicted? Come here, Zeus. Come and say hi to everybody. Come on, Doberman. Come here, Doberman. You're not a turtle. No, you're not a turtle. And so we will we'll kind of lay that out for you, what Friday Night Lies is going to look like. We are going to cover some other trials that I am attached to that I would like to break down with you, and have you help me get to know them a little bit. And so we'll always do something to try to help get the justice for John O'Keefe, and to continue advocacy now for him, because he is a victim of a homicide, and we are an advocacy channel. So we will keep advocating for John O'Keefe in whatever way that Julie and I can figure it out for you guys on Friday Night Lies. And then we'll cover some trial coverage as well, and just show you snippets, or some of them won't be televised, obviously. So we'll just have to go over the transcripts and and whatnot. So that's what our Friday nights will look like. Next week we'll be off for the 4th of July week, but we'll pick it back up the following week. Wednesday when we get back after 4th of July, we're going to just focus in on some more of what Karen Reed went through and show some more clips of her interviews and talk a little bit about what that must have been like for her. And so Wednesday night will be about Karen Reed. Thursday night, I'll be back on the case unpacking of the tragic 14 gunshots to Deshaun Hudson on the Thursday night following the week of the 4th of July, and a couple other cases that I'm following with updates, which is Ellen Greenberg, Suzanne Morphew, Suzanne Clark Simpson, and Sandra Birchmore. So we have a full week, and then we'll be back at it for Friday Night Live. So we'll have a full week when we get back after the vacation next week of the 4th of July. So where should we start? Well, there's so much. Let me start with just let's walk down a little bit of memory lane here for a minute, shall we? So stand by. I'm going to share the screen with y'all. Can you let me know when you can see it, please? Because I'm in the tech room. Can you see it, Julie?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So stand by. Sometimes it takes a minute to populate. There we go. Let's try it again. Now can you see it?
Yep.
All righty. And let me know when it goes big. Is it big for y'all?
Is that it? Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah, it's a picture of Alan and Mr. Reed.
No, nope. I have to remove it. So stand by. I still had the PowerPoint up, so it didn't like me. There we go. Okay, let's have a little walk down memory lane to start out our night.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Yes.
That's Jim. Yeah. Jimmy. Breathless bow. Jimmy. I still miss Bev. Hi, Bev. Good morning, jurors. I love you.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back to services complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
Oh, David.
So there you have it. There is a verdict in the Karen Reed retrial. Not guilty of second-degree murder. Not guilty of manslaughter. However, the jury says she is guilty of operating under the influence. And on the third charge, not guilty of leaving the scene of an accident that ended in death.
in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Perhaps we could approach sidebar briefly.
Okay.
A little sidebar.
Like local people that he just stumbles upon or however he meets them. And I really felt like I really resonated with.
Nope, you muted.
I thought you might all enjoy seeing that again. I have to say, I don't know when we'll see that again. So I wanted to watch it. And I'm sure some of us that have been on this case from day one when it first happened, and especially the last 2.5, 3 years, will probably watch it again. It's quite a moment. And I really don't know when we'll see that again. It's very hard to say. Now, it's possible there's a couple trials coming up. Sandra Birchmore, it could be similar to this, and possibly the Idaho 4, the 4 Idaho college students. That there's a lot of people ready to watch that trial and that have been following it for the whole entire time that it's been going on. And then with Sandra Birchmore, I think that it's possible, but I don't know if anything coming up would ever get to this level. Julie, what do you think?
Well, when you say this level, do you mean like the level of like there's so much content, like we had trial 1, trial 2, the way it's been covered, or you just
not so much the content, but the boots on the ground, the constant and the constant media. I mean, Twitter, Instagram, whatever you have, Facebook has literally been nothing but on so many people's platforms. I can't imagine a day that all of us that are in this chat right now, this friend zone tonight, and on the replay, and anybody else that's out there that follows all of the other content creators and the law tubers has not said or thought the names Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. It's been an everyday in their minds. I'd be shocked if anybody who told me, who follows this case like we all have, would tell me that one whole day went by where they didn't think of it. You may have given yourself a break from true crime and a break from being an advocate, but you probably thought about it. And I don't know if that is going to happen again. That's what I was referring to. So sorry, I wasn't more specific.
I mean, as far as, Sandra it depends on what happens with Sandra Birchmore. Now, Sandra Birchmore, the rumblings are, and from what we've seen, is that it seems like it's going to affect an awful lot, and it's going to affect a broader group of people and a bigger population. So and it seems like it could potentially have big names associated with it. So that might bring fanfare just to kind of go on this. But I mean, as far as like the name recognition for the people, like people who followed Karen Reed, you have the Turtle stuff. Like Turtle is still facing charges now. Whether or not they go through or something happens, I don't know. We'll see.
Before we go any further with Turtle stuff, because there's been a lot of stuff this week on the social media about it in all of his live streams, but just let's back up a second here. So
this video,
Sandra Birchmore absolutely deserves as much attention as anybody else that's been unalived. I mean, anybody that's been unalived by the hands of someone else deserves attention. Do they get it? No. Not nationwide. I mean, you guys know I have 3 cases right now here in Florida and a 4th one in my waiting area, and none of their families have justice, and none of their families have been on any major shows or any major newscasts. Where is Sarah Ebersol? We finally got the Daytona newspaper to write an article. The Ocala newspaper had covered it mildly for the last 2.5 years. It's very hard to get attention for your loved one when they've been unalived and there's no justice for them. So how the media picks and chooses what to blow up and what not to blow up is always somewhat of a concern to me, and it's a little bit odd, right? Do they have time to cover every single unaliving? Sadly, probably not. You're talking about, like I said, 3 women a day in this country are being unalived by their husbands, ex-husbands, boyfriends, or ex-boyfriends. So how could the media ever keep up with that? So it is, though, somewhat of an interest to me, having been a journalism major and worked in media for several years, radio station, newspaper, and TV. I know what it's like. I know what the inner workings of these places are like, and how much the ratings matter to the owners of the stations. And there's goodwill there. Obviously, journalists want to serve you. They want to give you the news. There's some that aren't good, and there's some that are great. It's like any job. It's like everything. But how one person gets more attention than the other. And up till now, Sandra Birchmore really hasn't had that much attention. And he's been arrested now almost a year in August. So maybe now that this Karen Reed case has come to a close and the justice for John O'Keefe is now out there in the balance, and a lot of these officers are on both cases. So I think you're right, Julie. I think there will be more attention, and there should be more attention. What happened to Sandra Birchmore was an atrocity. It should have never happened. It's absolutely the most despicable thing when a law enforcement officer breaks the law while they're in uniform, while they're on duty. Not only was he breaking the law off duty, he was breaking the law on duty. Crimes against a child. It doesn't get a whole lot worse than that, other than had he murdered her when she was younger, but he murdered her when she was older. So it doesn't matter. He did it. He did the crime. There's no doubt in any of our minds that he did the crime. The evidence is overwhelming. But what about the other guys? Because we know they were in on it. There is no doubt, based on Sandra's own words, her own diary that her family found, bless her heart, that she was smart enough to keep a diary of what had happened to her and what was going on. And we know that these other guys were involved. We know the twin was involved here, the third one in, William Farwell, Matthew's twin brother. We know Robert Devine was most certainly had to be involved. He was the Devine twins. Guess what? He was in charge of the Explorers program when the Farwell twins, were young. He probably groomed the Farwell twins after his own liking, and probably groomed this gentleman too, because he's on the younger side. Joshua Heel, was he an explorer? If he wasn't, he was possibly groomed as well, or already came in with his issues on board. But allegedly, just for the fairness of Joshua Heel, there's no evidence yet, I believe, that he was involved under 18. It was just the 3 of them that were involved. And who knows, possibly more. People we don't even know were involved, I'm sure. But Joshua Heel, we don't believe that he was involved, or at least allegedly he wasn't involved until after she was 18. So that's a whole different issue of malfeasance on his part. If he was doing these deeds on duty on his lunch hour, he was a school resource officer. It's all disgusting and pathetic. So what is interesting to me is I didn't get a chance to watch Sean on the Golf last night, and I know he was live on his new back channel, and I believe with Kenny. So you could fill us in, Julie, because I was live streaming last night for Deshaun Hudson, so I really don't know what happened, but I'm going to let you fill us in on what he was talking about, this very issue with Sandra Birchmore, and with the fact that Matthew Farwell has yet to have a hearing. He has not had a hearing yet. And now the one he was supposed to have July 7th has been pushed back into August, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So Sean did, Sean on the Golf, Agent Sean, DEA agent, and Ken, I think it's Kenny McGee. They're both DEA agents. They do a show together. It used to just be Sean, and he would just go off and do his Sean thing, which we all love. They did a show talking about, like, okay, now the Karen Reed happened, what's happening with Birchmore? Because he's been hearing rumblings, and John Camo, Mr. Dixie, has been hearing rumblings as well. So they've been trying to, they've been hinting and dropping little breadcrumbs. And also Mizzy has been hinting as well, saying, like, something big is coming. We can't say anything, but something big is coming. Something big is coming. So a lot of the show last night was speculation and hypothetical. So their hypothetical was, okay, these guys, he basically just did what you did here, saying, like, okay, the brothers were there. They were in the Explorers program. This guy Devine was there. Most likely, assuming that, the stories of Scuttlebutt is true, he groomed these guys to do all this stuff. And there's other people there. There's Heel. There's the Army recruiter who I guess they were pimped out to or trafficked out to, and all this other stuff. And kept saying hypothetically, like, what if hypothetically the person who was involved ended up being the father or knew what the father was? Who else would that be involved? So he kept saying, what if hypothetically Fanning was the person who's involved? Lieutenant Fanning, who was also involved in the trial of Karen Reed in the Dedham courtroom. Supposedly he was the one who dealt with the jurors. He was this, and he kept going on and saying, what's the connection there? He was a Stoughton cop. He has ties to what's going on there. When, he worked with Proctor and Urey and all those guys, and went back to Jen Root and all those guys and said, what if Fanning is there? And so then he said, okay, well, if I'm Farwell, even though he's been hiring all these attorneys left, right, and center, because they've delayed it, he said, I'll bet you dollars to donuts he's singing like a canary, and who is he going to give up? He said, if I had to speculate, I'm guessing that Matthew Farwell is singing like a canary. His brother is singing like a canary because because this is a death penalty case. So they basically are saying, let's get this off the table, give him as much as you know. And they said, well, what if this pulls out and precipitates something? He's saying my money would be on Fanning because of, and then gave a bunch of reasons and said, again, he's saying this is all hypothetical, and then said, well, now speculate. He said that there's rumblings, and he said, I have a hunch. And then he said that he is currently moving north. So I'm guessing he's coming up here. And he said, I'm going on a hunch. He said, if this comes through,
Papa Sean is on his way up to the Boston area as we speak. Okay.
Papa's coming home.
Okay. All right. That's very
I think he's tracking down a lead. And I mean,
okay.
There's the name, Nostra Papa. That's what Oblivious Benson called him, Nostra Papa, because a lot of the stuff that he has said, he has been spot friggin' on the whole time. So if I had to, pick a horse in this, I'm going with Sean. So if Sean's saying I'm coming up here to follow a lead, I'm going to say, you know what? Maybe it's time to go down to Uncle Joe's house and see what the rumblings are. So I don't know. We're going to see how things go, but maybe I'll take a trip to Southie to Uncle Joe's house. That's a federal courthouse, and that's where all this stuff would be brought up to, bring indictments, whatever this is. But I mean, Sean mentioned in one of his lives, he said that he's been, word on the street is that he said somebody's going to papers, meaning that they're writing warrants. So I don't know.
This could be going on. We could have we may have to have a Friday Night Lies next week, the day after the 4th of July, Julie. We'll have to see what blows up next week other than fireworks, right?
Well, we could do it on the 4th too. I mean, maybe for like an hour, like we'll talk fireworks, and if something like friggin' explosive happens.
Well, guys, we'll play it by ear. Yeah, we'll just play it by ear. If something explosive happens next week, we will play it by ear. So I want to go back a second to the question here that Susie Boo put up. She said, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but who do you think the father of Sandra's who the child is? Well, okay, guys, your guess is as good as anyone's, simply because, and that's no disrespect to Sandra, she had been abused since she was 13.
Yeah, exactly.
Groomed by these men to believe that this kind of attention is healthy attention. I've heard this from many survivors in domestic violence shelters who were abused and sexually sex abused by their mates. And I've spoken to other survivors of human, traffic. And this type of grooming is almost like a brainwashing of epic proportions. And a psychiatrist would be able to explain it better than I can, but I'm a social worker. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but it's an epic level of grooming. And they are taught how to do this by someone else. You don't just know how to do this. That's why I can tell you that I believe the Farwell brothers were groomed by Robert Devine and possibly others. It's hard to say. So who the father is, it's hard to say, because they were literally farming her out. It sounds horrible, but that's what they were doing was horrible. So there's words for what they were doing, because what they were doing was so despicable and disgusting. And in Florida, in the last week, 60 children were rescued. There was an undercover operation going on. The FBI was involved. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved. And they rescued from a motel 60 children between the ages of 16 and 19. And they were malnourished. They didn't have clean clothes on. God only knows how many times they had been literally put out there. It makes you want to scream and makes you want to be ill. It is just the worst of the worst humans. There's evil in them. Anybody that can hurt a child like that has evil in them. There's no doubt about it. That is unbelievable to me. 60 of them, and God only knows how many more just in the state of Florida right now are not safe. And no one was safe in Stoughton, in the Canton area and other towns with these 4 guys roaming around. Again, Joshua, we'll give you a little bit of a break. We don't know that you were involved in anything underage. So we'll cut you a little bit of slack, but we do know you were totally misappropriating your uniform, and you had to have known something about what these other guys were up to. It's going to be unbelievable to see. Now, I replayed the Carly Simon song that I cannot get out of my head this last 4 months, You're So Vain, because in so many cases, when there's narcissism involved and corruption and crime involved, these people are vain as the day is long. They will do anything. They will say anything to save their own asses. They will throw you under the bus. They will gaslight you. They will do whatever they can not to get caught and to continue their little ring of corruption because they're profiting from it. They don't want to get caught. They don't want you to catch them, that's for sure. And if you try to catch them, nefarious bad things could happen to you. I am still of the belief that John O'Keefe was a very good man. He was a good cop. He probably was too good to be a cop because a lot of cops are very egotistical. A lot of men in high position role jobs, a lot of female cops are somewhat egotistical. You've met a lot of egotistical people in your life that have these big power jobs, politicians, there's doctors, lawyers, you name it, real estate agents. They all have a little bit of an ego. I shouldn't say all of them, the ones that show us their ego. Most of them show us their ego. They show us that little level of narcissism that some of them have. Some have it way worse than others. And John, I don't think was that kind of guy. And so in that way, to me, he was a good cop. He wasn't a bad cop. He was a good cop. And I believe he would have called out any crime and corruption that he ran across if he thought it was safe for him to do so. And I really do believe that's what he was doing in the 6 months leading up to his death. I think he had found something out, maybe about the Sandra Birchmore case. I'm leaning that way. It could have been something else due to drug trafficking in the city, or who knows. But I really do feel, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but it's a gut feeling. It's a feeling I've had for a while that there's this creepy crossover with the Birchmore case and the officers in both John O'Keefe and Sandra Birchmore. And I know you all have your own opinions on why John was in a fight that night, but I believe it was brewing for a while. I think he was invited there on purpose. I don't think that fight happened organically in my mind. I think they wanted him there that night so they could have a talking to with him about something that he had uncovered that they didn't want him to uncover. And that's just purely my own opinion. I could be totally wrong, but I always like to put it out there for Faber to talk about and see what you all think. I know everybody has their own opinions on what happened that night, but I think we're going to see that there is some very scary, deep, dark crossover between these 4 men and many others and John O'Keefe. I really do believe we're going to see that. So we've got some clips to show you, just to go over some things that we want to talk to you about. Obviously, it was a pretty emotional week for everybody, especially Karen Reed and her family and their team of attorneys and all of the boots on the ground that was tirelessly outside in all kinds of elements for 2.5 years, protesting, standing out, whatever you want to use as your word. So it's really been quite something the last 10 days. And of course, as you know, when something like this happens, there's going to be a lot going on social media. And social media, you can take it or leave it. It's got good, it's got bad, it's got ugly, it's got some beautiful moments. I have made a friend on social media, on Twitter X, who is in stage 4 appendix cancer. It's very rare cancer. And we became kind of like pen pals throughout her cancer journey. I would have never met her if I hadn't been on Twitter X. So there are beautiful moments. Those of us that have befriended her and are following her journey are with her, and we talk to her a little bit every day and send her messages, and she shares what it's like to be a cancer patient, because it could be any of us. Any of us could have been Karen Reed. Any of us can get a disease that's going to take us off this planet, and we just never know. So I love Twitter X and Facebook for that, for the relationships I've made and garnered and have garnered and are nourishing. But there's also the dark side of Twitter X. There's the bullies, the people that are hateful, the people that are going after the jurors. Julie, what do you think about this whole nonsense with the jurors?
nonsense with the jurors, or nonsense with Twitter or everything else? I mean, I know that you said
the treatment of the jurors that have come out by those that don't believe that, you know, John was killed by a third party culprit has been quite egregious.
So I do not agree with going after the jurors. I do not agree with any of like the first attacks of going after somebody's gender, race, ethnicity, where they're from. I don't know why. Like, it seemed like it came out like immediately, like, oh, she speaks with an accent, therefore she must be illegal. Go grab ICE, deport her, send her back. And then the crap that came out about the foreman with the Kate. I don't know what the hell she's doing. Like Kate, just take a break. Like, just take a breath. You don't need to tweet everything. Like, I don't know if it's just to agitate or whatever, but like, just breathe. Like, just breathe. It'll be okay. You don't need to agitate because things are like things are tumultuous now. Like, just go sit over there and take 5.
Well, she's not going to do that. So you know that, because she's been in on this case from the get-go, and God only knows how deep she's in. All right. So now that we are into this after the verdict, right? So things are, some of them have been out. They've been doing their talks. They've been being interviewed. There has been, oh, hang on a second. I'm going to pull something up for you guys here real quick. There's obviously been tons of interviews with the attorneys that most of you have all been watching and have seen. There's been a lot of those. And so what's happening now then is that everything's winding down a bit. I mean, they can only do so many interviews because there's only so many questions to ask, and the answers are going to be similar based on the question, right? Jackson has only done 1 interview, correct? And then he's made 1 statement. So somebody caught him in the airport, and I'm sure those of you, I'm sure you have. I'm sure those of you that are on Twitter X have seen this, but I thought it was worth showing you. And we'll end up with this. It'll say copyright next to this episode because this song is copyrighted, but I'm playing it via the X app. So that's fair use. So it doesn't give us a strike. It just gives us a notation that we have a copyright, that we can't be monetized, which we're not anyway. So we can't make money off of this because someone else either got permission to use this song or they're using it and they're getting a strike too. I don't know, because it's a complicated world, this YouTubing. But I wanted to show this to you because I thought it was pretty interesting how people are now someone ran into the judge. We'll talk about that in a minute at the airport, and people are now seeing, you know, the people from the trial out and about and such. So let me just play this for you, for those that are not on Twitter X and have not seen it. I'm going to try to open it up so you can see it bigger if I can get it there. I guess that's as big as I'm going to be able to get it. And
So lately, been wondering,
goodbye, Alan. Away you go.
My place, but when I'm gone, you'll need love to light the shadows on your face. If a great wave shall fall, and fall upon us all, then between the sand and stone, could you make it on your own? If I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go. Way up high or down low, I'll go wherever you will go. So lately,
so this is my very weak and poor attempt to put Alan Jackson's face on this man sitting in a hammock between these 2 balloons floating off into the atmosphere of California, going back home to California dreaming. And I'm sure we'll see him again at some point. There's no doubt about that, right? So here's another one that I liked that was on Twitter X. I don't know who to give credit to, because again, people just don't seem to want to put their name on these things. So it's okay though. I mean, I've made a lot of memes myself and put them out there, and I don't usually throw my logo on it. Every once in a while I will, just so that people know who we are. But let me pull up this one here for you as well. Or actually oh no, that's it. Never mind. That is the one I wanted to show you. Okay, got it. Never mind. That's it. So back to talking a little bit about social media. So it can be a total mess, a total shit show, as people like to say, and there's not much you can do about it. You can ignore it completely, which I do try to do most of the time, but there are times when people just say the most ridiculous, egregious things, and I just sit there and say, I can't ignore this. This is ridiculous. I'm going to reply. I try not to let it take up too much of my day. I try to stick to only posting good, positive things about facts and advocacy for the victims that we're standing for here at Social Change Warriors, and facts about the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case. But every once in a while, someone just gets in my craw, and then I have to say something. So when we come back for the first Angry Bitch Club on Wednesday after the holidays, I'm going to tell you about this woman who went after me and in a very most unkind way, and absolutely wasn't necessary. No way is it necessary to go after someone and call them names and make fun of them and belittle them. It's if you can't go on social media, and without doing that, you need to bye bitch. You need to say bye bitch and get the hell off of social media. Because if I read earlier this week, someone had the audacity to say that these people that were on this jury has to be the worst jury in history, and that they were ignorant and uneducated and blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. I'm like, who are you to say that? You don't know anything about any of these people's backgrounds or their educations or where they went to school. And so, you know who needs a test? Anybody going on social media needs a test. You should have to pass a test to make sure you're a kind, normal, decent human being before you're allowed to go on social media and whack at people and cut them down, make fun of them for anything that you choose to do, and take out your miserable, sad lives on people just trying to be happy and share good thoughts on social media. So Wednesday, I'll this was a very tiny little bye bitch session. I'll go off on that a little more, because this lady really got in my craw today, and I just sent her a be kind emoji, and I explained to her that I don't go on social media for clickbait. I don't go on social media for people to praise me and tell me how great I am. I go on to advocate and share stories about families that are hurting and in pain, and advocate for good things, for good laws to be passed, for bad laws to be taken away. And I don't need anything from you. I don't need strangers to give me accolades or give me credit for anything. So if you do, I'm sorry. If this is where your life is, that all you care about is clickbait and getting recognition from social media, then you need to get a hobby. Get outside, like Julie likes to say, touch grass, right?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact, like I read what this person said and whatever it is. I would just say this, and like I said that to you earlier, like, if this person is so bothered by a stranger on the internet who posts and doesn't get responses or replies or thumbs up or whatever the frig, then then she's gonna have a rude friggin' awakening to see how life actually turns out. Because if this is the biggest struggle in her life, ooh, Jesus, it's gonna be bad. If a stranger not getting clicks is her, like, ultimate struggle, then. But that's just it. Like you have so many times in your life, you gotta do this.
Right. What's really funny, Julie, though, is that I think I have over close to 4,000 now followers on Twitter X because of all the posting I've done and everything I advocate for and stand for. And I think she has like 700 something, and she has no clue how many engagements I have. What is she can't go into my engagements and see how I do a lot of wonderful back and forthing with a lot of people. A lot of you that are subscribers of mine share out what I post on social media, and I truly appreciate it. I want it to be there for the advocating for the families. So her whole like downplay of me and trying to put her boot on my head and stomp it in the ground was sort of stupid, because she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's wasting her time and my time. So anyway, that was that. I try maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, somebody gets to me, and I try not to let it too much, but I feel sometimes we do have to stand up for ourselves on social media. Do it as
Don't give them energy, though. This is what they want. They want to poke you to get a response to see if they can. They're just agitators. Like, they want to poke. Sorry, Nagel Bob. They just want to poke and poke and poke and see if you turn around and go blah, and then they go, oh, look, see, she's a monster. She's a monster. So
I agree with you.
The energy. Go look at the music, pet the dog, go get a cup of coffee.
Right.
Don't give them the energy.
But there
Not
are
worth it.
times, like I said, though, it's in my nature, it's in my personality to defend those that are being picked on. And if it's myself once in a while, I'll defend myself. But I always do it with the utmost kind way. And I usually include the kindest little meme I can come up with. Killing people with kindness, that's a weird way to put it, but dousing people with kindness, those that are being mean and nasty, is the best thing you can possibly do. Just if you feel like have to talk back to them, speak your truth, and then douse them with the dose of kindness, and that's good. And then move along and bye, bitch. See you later. So anyway, I was born in '63. And my mother had a crush on Bobby Sherman because he's her age. He's only 1 year younger than my mom. And so my mom is still with us. Thank the Lord. She's a wonderful person. And she loved music. And we always grew up dancing in the dining room, playing records, the good old vinyls, and of, all kinds of the famous, so many famous bands and recording artists back from my generation, from the 60s and the 70s, when I was a child growing up. I didn't turn 18 till 1981. So all of the 60s from 60. Once I remember music, I would think I was about 5. And I remember my mom having the biggest crush on Bobby Sherman. And I saw him, he was in so many television shows. He only made 2 movies, but he was in a lot of television shows. And I loved his voice. I loved his swag. And he was awesome in this, being a little girl, and my mom would let me watch, only G-rated shows, but this was one of my favorites, Here Come the Bride. So I had to put this on for Shauna, because Shauna and I always talk about old movies and old TV shows and all the old stars from back in the day. So rest in peace, Bobby. Sorry about the cancer, and I'm so sorry if you were in pain, because you were an amazing person in life, and I'll always remember you. So we're at stage 2 now, as Shauna put, like I said, as Julie put it last week. Stage 1 was freeing an innocent woman from the clutches of the CW and the Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police. Stage 2 is justice for John O'Keefe. And what is that going to look like for all of us that want to advocate for justice for John O'Keefe? How are we going to go about that? And how can we stay above the fray? We don't want to sink down into nastiness, because too much of that has gone on. And I've tried to stay above the fray in the Free Karen Reed situation, with all of the different craziness and nasty people going on in Twitter land and Facebook land. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to be involved in that. And hopefully no one else does either. And everybody can just ignore those that don't agree with them. If someone doesn't agree with you, then they don't agree with you. They have their own opinion on all cases. I can guarantee you more and more people are going to start questioning if Brian Kohlberger unalive those 4 college students, because there are some YouTubers that have content creators that have gone down the rabbit hole and pulled out all kinds of footage that they were able to get their hands on, showing that there possibly was another white Elantra that night, and that there is another suspect. Now, the judge just said, no, you don't get to use the third party culprit. And they had 4 suspects that they wanted to introduce, and now they've been shot down. I find that to be somewhat despicable, because he is innocent until proven guilty. You can't stand on your pulpit and preach about Karen Reed being innocent until proven guilty and believe in a conspiracy theory pretty much as deep as the one that most of us believe in that happened in Canton, and not think that couldn't happen in Idaho. It can happen anywhere, folks. It can happen anywhere. A conspiracy can happen anywhere where police and government are involved in shenanigans, and have been for years. And I'm going to start giving you just 101 lesson on what's going on behind the scenes with some of these amazing content creators. Some of them have also been following Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, Lana, and several others. And then there's another one that has not followed the John O'Keefe case, because he threw himself 100% into this case. And he has come up with some amazing footage from surveillance cameras, and he has dug up police reports. He has shown connections between some of the unalived family members. There are connections to the drug cartel with 2 of the passed away students' parents. There is some nefarious stuff going on there with the police, with this DoorDash driver now. Her husband was unalived and unalived right in front of her in a drug deal that went bad. I mean, guys, there are just as many nefarious characters and really bizarre happenings going on prior to when these 4 students were unalived and lost their lives. So this case is going to rival, in my opinion, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. It's going to rival it, and it's going to start in August. And there are lots and lots of people who are 100% believe he did it, just based on what they've heard in the media, which I find to be strange, because you didn't want that to happen to Karen Reed. So why are you allowing that to happen to you now with Brian Kohlberger? Why aren't you staying on the fence for a while until you learn about this case and know about this case? I've been watching these content creators for a year. So I probably know as much as all of them do now about this case, much more than the general public knows, because you know very little based on what the media has been able to shine out because of the restrictions and the gag orders and the sequestering that's been going on by the judge there. So I'll start to give you a 101 on the Idaho 4 tragedy, the death of the college students, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana tragedy. But there is some behind the scenes that is going to blow your mind. It is really going to blow your mind. So we'll be covering that coming forward on Friday Night Lies. But how should we justice for John O'Keefe? How do we go about this, right? It's a little bit convoluted. I think one of the ways we can go about it, and I want to ask all of your opinion in the friend zone, and please feel free on replay to let me know in the comments if you have any suggestions or how you want to see us handle this on Friday Night Lies. We've got, interesting testimony from the firefighter, from Jen McCabe herself, and of course the other firefighter, Katie. They all got up on that stand and repeated it to nauseum. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I really do believe that the CW thought that was going to be really big for them and would really cause the jury to pause and believe that Karen Reed was admitting that she hit John O'Keefe with her car. But there's got to be, if we don't believe that they heard that, if we believe they heard, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Was she really repeating it that many times, right? What are your thoughts on this, Julie? The tough one. I know I'm hitting you right out of the gate here, pretty much an hour in, going down the road of the tough one.
Yeah, give me a second. I mean,
it's fine. Anybody in the friend zone, if you want to step up and tell us what you think about these. And am I missing one? Was there one more fire? There was one more fighter?
No. So there were 2 sets of firefighters. There was Nuttall and his partner, and Katie McLaughlin, and then there were the other sets of firefighter paramedics who came for Karen. That was the one that David. Those are the 2 that David went very, very, very hard at, because I forget the reason. Because they said that their memory was better now than it was when it first happened. They're like, no, my memory gets better as time goes on.
Right.
But I mean, with the whole entire I hit him stuff. I mean, would it really matter if she said I hit him? I mean, like somebody said, okay, she's screaming, oh my God, I hit him. Okay, great. What you hit him with? Did you hit him with a shovel? Did you hit him with a hammer? Did you hit him with your car? Did you hit him with Jen McCabe? Like what? Like, what would that have done?
Right. But I just don't think she ever said that. I think
she said that she said it. She said that, yep, I said it. I said I hit him. I said I hit him. I know I said it. I just didn't know that I said it that many times. That was in the clip that Breenan played from the documentary.
I didn't catch that. I thought the whole time. I thought the whole time she was thinking she said, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?"
That was that was that was right at the beginning of the trial. This one, I'll find it. Because for a while, that's when the 3 of us would go back and forth, or I think the 2 of us, then we would talk to Shauna. We would go back and forth, and because it'd be like, oh, those goddamn clips, because every single time on cross, they get hammered by the defense attorneys. They get, hammered. And it was like, no, that didn't happen. Look at the screen. Look what's going on here. How could you tell that she said that when you're standing over here? And then immediately after they get off the stand, Breenan will go up and say, can you please play clip number 7? And she's like, yeah, I said I hit him. Yeah, I said I was drunk. Yeah, I said this. And it's like, what are you doing? Oh my God. So yeah, she absolutely said that. I'll find it.
All right. Yeah, I missed that somehow. I have always believed and thought that she was very in emotional distress and always was just shouting, could I have hit him? could I have hit him? I didn't know that she finally admitted that. But something interesting is that this gentleman here, and for those of you that, maybe you missed it that day or you didn't go back and watch it, but he is very uncomfortable on the stand. Absolutely uncomfortable. So I just wanted to play a little bit of this clip to try to make sense of why was he just not happy being on the witness stand, or what was he being so uncomfortable about? Did he really not hear this? Right. So I wanted to just play this for you for a few minutes to see, just to get your opinion on why he was this uncomfortable on the witness stand.
What history do you have? Do you have any allergies?
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged male, middle-aged female, with blood on her face. And real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
Pay attention to his facial expressions now.
Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. So when you looked up and saw,
did you see that nod to Mr. Jackson?
About any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
So did you see how emotional he got there, and he almost broke up, lost his voice? And did you see the kind of the nod of respect towards Jackson and or Karen? I thought that was very interesting. I didn't dislike this guy whatsoever. I thought he was very honorable and decent, and I'm sure he works very hard at his job. And so given what Julie's telling me now, because I missed that somehow, but I have to be honest, I didn't watch all of Karen's documentaries. I just knew that was going to be too painful for me.
Oh, you have to. You'll see it in a completely different light.
I don't know, but I didn't want to, though, because I wanted to continue with what I believed, is that the science wasn't there to convict her. John's injuries weren't there to convict her. I knew that watching her do a documentary wasn't going to change my mind. So I didn't want to put myself through that, because I personally believed that was a huge mistake, her going on national TV like that and talking while the trial was going on. So I wasn't happy about her doing it. It pissed me off. So I didn't want to watch it. And some of it I couldn't watch. It was on channels I didn't have. And I wasn't about to jump through those kind of hoops just to watch her, in my opinion, somewhat just screw herself over. And she almost could have. I mean, she really almost could have. But just I want to replay this for you one more time, and just check out his facial expressions. He's very much in duress. He is not liking any of this whatsoever. And I think he feels really bad, to be honest with you.
Sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
He doesn't say her name. He just
Mr. Jackson
in between Mr. Jackson.
Next to Mr. Jackson.
Next to Mr. Jackson.
So when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
Could you stop, please? Do you see the red lights on the left?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you believe that you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
And that note says 6:11:05. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Please watch to the left. Stop, please. Is that when you first arrived and walk over to help John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'll note that the timestamp is 6:11:21. Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Did you see firefighter Flamati come after you?
Yes, sir.
Continue, please.
Good night, Susie Boo. Thank you for joining us from across the pond. We appreciate you. See you next week. Have a great 4th of July. We'll see you soon. If we live stream next week, I'll let you all know.
Do you see the defendant?
Isn't she British?
Yes.
see her
I think that's the other side.
forward you?
We declared our independence from them.
Okay. What direction do you
That's okay.
see her running in that screen from right to left?
Yeah, exactly.
She's running towards where the three of us are grouped.
Okay, please continue. Stop, please. Is it at that time the defendant said to you that she hit him?
Yes, sir.
And you remember that?
I do.
Was knelt down providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support for Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I had also said that at some point,
That's a
firefighter
yes or no
Flamati
question.
had
Objection.
So I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
had transferred CPR to firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly did take over compressions at one point.
Okay, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is an easy one. Did you say that
Hi,
when
Sherry
Miss
G.
Reed walked
Great to
over to
see
you and you
you.
had this dialogue with her, she made that statement that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support?
Yes, sir.
The number one food for regular BMs,
Well, I
huh?
think,
Okay, let's see.
Jackson
Fastest way to clear out
did a
stuck
really
poop
good
is by
job
adding more fiber
with
to your
this.
diet.
Okay.
Katie McLaughlin made the statement that she said, I hit him four
This is
different
Judy Rod.
times and in front of a police officer. But at no time during the first trial or as of now in this trial has any police officer said that they heard Karen Reed say that. And Alan Jackson went one step further when he was crossing her, Katie McLaughlin. He had said, if a police officer heard Karen Reed said, I hit him, why didn't I see my client in handcuffs? He asked her that specifically.
Perjury or instances, I'd say.
That was defendant Karen Reed's takeaway from a full day of Jen McCabe's testimony.
It's just more of the same. Inconsistencies, every statement's different. Under oath, not under oath, the cops are all wrong.
McCabe told prosecutors that after 6 a.m., after finding John O'Keefe's body in the snow,
she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
Karen, did you tell Jen to make that Google search that morning at 6:23?
I did not tell Jen to make a Google search. I certainly didn't tell her to make the one at 2:27 either.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
There were a few tense moments.
As we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, were you there?
Words matter. They matter a lot.
From last year's testimony.
But overall, a very different, more subdued Jen McCabe on the stand this trial compared to last.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony?
That was good. That was good. Here's the testimony from the first trial. This is her at the first trial. And then they showed this picture from her today.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
It's not reasonable, okay? You got a dead body in the front lawn of a cop's house. You know it's a cop's house, right? You don't go in and clear the house. You, law enforcement, you don't go in to see
Exactly, Duty Ron.
how, what's going on inside the house, if the occupants of the house are okay, or are they dead too? And they're
How about if the perpetrator is still on scene? You have a Boston police cop, John.
So we'll come back to this in a second. I just want to wrap up the whole I did it thing. That for me, and I'll be glad to listen to it, but I still think that was all trauma induced, because when a traumatic event happens and you don't know why it happened, most good people, most honest, decent, good people are going to wonder if they could have done it. Did I do that? Is that my fault? That's what normal, honest people do. They react in a very somewhat hysterical way to a tragedy, especially a tragic death. So I still don't feel, I saw in the comments, a lot of you were saying too that Nuttall felt forced to me. I felt like he didn't want to say it. He broke up, his voice cracked. He looked down a couple times. It looked like he was about to cry, for God's sake. So I don't know that and Jackson kind of made it very clear that it was impossible for him to have heard her say that at that moment. Now, that doesn't mean that Katie didn't hear her say it or that Jen didn't hear her say it, but I don't think he heard her say it. I think he was told to add to the pile because he was not comfortable on that stand, voice cracking, near tears, looked over and gave the nod to Jackson and Karen. I don't think he heard her say it. I mean, I think Jackson kind of proved to us that he was not in a position where he was with the body, given that the other officer took over chest compressions, to have heard her say that. And that's just my opinion. So I'm just adding that as kind of step one, as one of the first things that happened on the scene, where where they went back to try to make it look worse for Karen than it actually was. Yes, Jerry D, especially when others are feeding your head with bullshit. Exactly. I mean, and that there's a form of brainwashing that can go on when you want all of your brothers in blue or your brothers in red, if you're a firefighter, to not be upset with you and not be angry with you or mad. So the next little phase that I want to talk about then is actually what we're going to do next is who killed John O'Keefe, because he died of a homicide. So there's going to be suspects or witnesses that either have not come forward yet and are afraid to come forward. And we already know that we do believe there are some suspects based on all of the evidence that we've seen in both the trials and that have come out. And since we heard a little bit about Duty Ron and his partner, I forgot who he live streams with, they just started to talk about Haas lying to die in the cold. And of course, that was sort of left out of this trial as the defense decided not to pursue trying to debunk it. But there's been a lot of things coming out online the last week since the verdict, where people are saying that there is no way she didn't do that, that when you open a tab, so like, let's just say right now, I go up here and I'm going to open a tab to show you another video, right? So I'm going to click the plus button up above where I call it my info bar, right? So I'm opening a tab. So right now I've had a tab open and stared at Google, but Julie asked me a question. So I pop back into the live stream. That it's up in there now. It says new tab. And it's going to show what time I created that, which is at exactly 9:18 p.m. Eastern time. That's when I opened that tab. But I got distracted and I came back here to talk to you about, this is where John's body was laying in front of the flagpole, and Julie talked to Julie. And I'm like, okay, let me go back now and show you that video. So I go back to the tab and I re-engage with the tab. So somebody just explained this to me today. And I was like really taken aback because it made way more sense than what Jessica Hyde said or what Ian Whiffen or any of those other people. So now I'm back on it. And now I'm going to type in Haas lying to die in the cold. According to what they told me today, these were computer geeks. That's the time that will now go on to that tab, not the time when I first opened the tab because I was interested in it. So if she opened a tab when she was originally home because she wanted to look up the Hakamak sports or all the other stuff she was doing, and she was considering, that time then gets written over. So when she typed in Haas lying to die in the cold, the 2:27 has to be the time. There's no other way scientifically that it can't be the time. And so many people have explained that in a lot of different lives. But the person who explained it to me today, it made the most sense because I literally went and clicked on it. I opened up my tab. I went away from it. I pretended to get distracted. I came back to it. It makes total sense now how that does work. So I'm a little surprised that the defense didn't try to debunk that. But I think given the fact that trial 2, they decided we are just going for reasonable doubt. We were going for the science this time. There is not just reasonable doubt, but the science. Those are dog bites on John's arm. He couldn't have been hit by a car. He doesn't have any injuries aligning with being hit by a car. No bruising, no cuts. Where is the blood from his head injury? Where is the hypothermia? Where is the frostbite? None of this makes any sense, right? So they definitely went with that, and they left the house lying to die in the cold. But for justice for John O'Keefe, for suspect purposes, this is something that needs to be reinvestigated. There's got to be more technology people that would now be willing to come out possibly and look into this even deeper and better and debunk it. What do you think, Julie?
Well, absolutely. I mean, somebody said, I don't know if it was in Sean's chat or somebody, and I actually think Sean mentioned this last summer, saying, why the frig doesn't somebody get somebody from Google to come up and say, hello, this is all logged. You used Google. You could have used Bing. You could have gone to Ask Jeeves, whatever the frig other ones. Go to Google, go right to the source. Same thing with the friggin' iPhone nonsense. You have to get these Mickey Mouse people, and poor Jessica Hyde, who basically said, hey, I'm going to tell you all this stuff, but disclaimer, I am only looking at this piece. So while all this stuff is based off of this piece that oh, by the way, I got from Tully, I didn't get to the phone. So I got it from Tully, and I'm just looking at these parameters. So let me go on my little analysis. And yeah, I mean, to say all this, like, oh yeah, it does, like, that was a lot less Jessica Hyde and more Ian Whiffen. And I mean,
right.
My antennas go up with that guy. Like, again, it could have been easily dismissed. And you're telling me that in the history of the internet and phones, that this is the only time that this happened, where every single person, like Brian Walsh, for example, he could have said, oh, no, I Googled that 4 years ago when I opened that tab. Like, I have tabs that have been open for probably like 2 friggin' years, because that's just how my brain works, and I can't organize things certain ways. But yeah, I've had things open. I could search, something ridiculous, and you could say like, no, I searched that, years and years ago. But Kat, I put the link for the clip. I found it from Grant. Grant did a whole stream, and he very nicely partitioned it into pieces. But I found the clip so you could see what he said.
I'll grab it right now.
Those clips are infuriating. I'm sorry, I was watching them. I don't know if you could see my face, but I was watching them again, and like, I have the glasses for a reason, so you can't see my expression going, oh God.
So speaking of house lying to die in the cold, this is the death stare. I mean, I don't ever want anybody giving me that stare. I don't care if you're related to me or if you don't know me, but that is a death stare. And Jen is giving the blank, oh shit, I have to lie my ass off again stare. And Matt Scott, look at his face. He's just like, oh man, I can't believe I'm in this. If you have there's some body language people out there that have been studying, everybody's faces. And there's one gentleman who we'll take a look at next Friday Night Lies, who I found, who absolutely believes that Jen McCabe and Brian Albert and Byron Higgins all lied their asses off on the stand. And we have to have a grain of salt involved in all this, right? There's always a little bit, you have to be careful who you trust and are they good? But this guy's got quite the reputation and background for being a very well-respected body reader. And so, like I was telling you, some of these simple things we learn in the police academy, because when we have to interview suspects and we have to try to determine if they're telling us the truth or not, they teach us tells. And I've been kind of teaching those to you all along while we were watching Friday Night Lies, which is why I came up with the idea for Friday Night Lies. Did they lie? Were they telling the truth? Were they being evasive? Was it a combination of all three? Because there's tells that people have when they're under stress and duress, and we've all had them at different times in our life, whether it was a death or we were in a sporting event, or our children were sick, or we were stressed at work and our bosses were trying to, get us in trouble. I mean, we've all had incidents where we've had fight or flight, where we've felt this need to, our body just has to react. So that is the chemical cortisol, which flows through your body like crazy when you're in stress. If you've ever had an anxiety attack, I'm prone to them because of my PTSD. I actually had a little one today. They kind of just come whenever they feel like it. I was having a great day today, and I said to myself, oh shit, why am I getting an anxiety attack? And they come on so fast. You start shaking. You feel like you're going to throw up. My eyes get all weird, like I'm about to get a migraine. My ears ring. It's just crap. But I got to tell you, a lot of you know what I'm talking about, because in this day and age, in the society we live in, with all the stress we live in, and being an advocate for homicide victims, my anxiety's kind of been a little higher than normal. And but I can be having a perfectly great day and have one. I can be having a shit day with other symptoms that have to do with my neck injury and my bad back and not have a single anxiety attack. So it's a very rare phenomenon. But when you're in fight or flight, and if you're on that witness stand and you're lying, and your good side of you knows you're lying, so the cortisol is just searing through your body, and you're going to have signs of that. You're going to get cotton mouth. You're going to need to drink a lot. You're going to have a hard time talking. You're going to have to keep doing that, licking your lips, trying to clear your throat, taking a swallow. You may have some visceral reactions. You may see like some type of a tweak in their shoulder, or you may see them move their head, or you may see them scratch their face. Sometimes people will do that, or they'll look down. In this interview that we're going to watch again here in a few minutes after we go with what Julie has for us, you're going to see that a lot in this interview. I don't think Nicole once looks into the face of the interviewer. I don't think she does. So these so-called witnesses that I have to say, the foreman calling them suspects just about floored me. And he's taking it hard on the internet today for that. But I understand why he feels that way. If I would have sat through that trial and heard all of that, and they didn't even hear half of what the jury heard in the first trial, I would have had no doubt in my mind that these guys are not, they didn't witness shit. They were in the house. What did Brian Elbert witness? Why is he called a witness, right? He should have always been a suspect. What is Higgins witness? He should have always been a suspect. Come on. Jen McCabe, what she did was to cover for her family, which is what any good mafia family does. Sorry, but had to throw that in there, Julie. That was for you.
All Italians aren't in the mafia. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a horrible stereotype.
I'm just messing with you. Okay, let me pull up the clip that Julie wants to show of. I completely missed Karen Reed admitting that she said I hit him. I mean, don't.
There's just so much. There's so much with those friggin' clips. God damn it.
But I still really believe, and it doesn't matter though, Julie, because the jury didn't care. The jury did not care about those clips because I think they took into account that she was trying to clear herself. She was trying to not have to testify, to get out from under being squashed by the cops, squashed by dirty cops, by lies, by dirty government. And I think this was her idea. And she, in her mind, and being a professor and having she was a teacher. And I can see in honesty, I can see where she wanted to tell her side of the story. And this was a safer way to do it than to put herself on the stand and have to hold up against a prosecutor, while you're in trial. So I get why she did it. I think she was honest. I think she was really trying to be honest. Like, could I have been the one that did it? I don't remember. I clearly drank too much. I shouldn't have been driving. I mean, I take all of it in a lot of ways as her trying to be human to the public, to show her human side. And that's why I wasn't that upset about it like you have been. I didn't take it the same way. We all look at things differently. So, but I like I said, I watched little snippets here and there of her interviews, and you and Shauna and Gabby Goppins and were filling me in, and you guys in the friend zone, thank you, you've all filled me in. I just couldn't bring myself to watch her sort of embarrass herself that way, because not all of us are good public speakers, and especially if we're in the heat of the moment, if we're stressed out. And I mean, I've watched a lot of family members give interviews throughout my life in the different careers I've had. Some of them are amazing at it. Some of them absolutely suck at it, and they make it worse for themselves. So if you don't know for sure, ask somebody around you. Do you think I'm okay? Do you think I can handle public speaking? And listen to those around you. If they say no, don't do it, you're going to make yourself look worse, then don't do it. But if you are the kind of person that can come across in a very gracious, really good way that could help your cause or help your family members' cause, then you want to do media interviews. That's up to you. But you always have to be very careful, because the media is there partially because they care about the news and they care about their communities, but they also are getting pressure from the owners of the stations. I worked at one. I know what it's like. The pressure for ratings is huge on these reporters. All right, Julie, let me pull this up for you. Stand by here a second, everybody.
So I'll say this about the interview clips. Now, again, she's been doing interviews all along, and I haven't seen a lot of the earlier interviews, but I saw the last one that she did before the investigation discovery one came out, and I saw that one and went, oh God. And then I saw when she came running down the stairs screaming at the media or whatever before Thanksgiving. And then I saw the one on Super Bowl Sunday, which was supposed to be like, oh, don't worry, we got it in the bag. It's going to be awesome. And she's talking about getting free drinks and meals and how it's so wonderful that I'm a celebrity now and blame it. And she's like, well, we were both shit-faced, but it was John's fault too. Like, what are you doing? You have lawyers, listen to them. And then the investigation discovery documentary came out. And like I keep saying, the parts without Karen are wonderful. They go and they show the different angles of the house. They talk about the nagel blob. They talk about, all these other things. And the parts with Karen, it's like she's talking to a friend, but that friend has a production crew and a camera and is going to broadcast what you're saying all along. So she's very comfortable, but she's not like, it doesn't register. So again, like, that's what the media tries to do, but like, you got to go in a little bit more polished. And I just don't see that. And I mean, that's
what I just said.
So
not everybody's going to be polished talking to the media. Not everybody has to ever be on TV in their whole lives or has to talk in public in their whole lives. There's a trick to it. I've been doing public speaking since I was 21, I think, actually earlier, even in high school, I did public speaking, but I'm not perfect at it. I learn every day. And this live streaming thing, that's a whole different ball of wax than actual public speaking. Live streaming is very different. Public speaking, you know exactly what you're going to say for the most part. You have a prepared speech or a prepared presentation. You have your, back in the day, the PowerPoint, which is why I am one of the few live streamers that use the slide deck to the degree I do, because for me, it's the way I was trained and it's the way I know how to public speak. And for me, it helps you as the audience to have some visuals and not just me talking or Julie, our co-host on Fridays or other nights when I have guests. So I was trained that way very young to use a PowerPoint, which now I use Google slide decks because I find them to be much easier. But before we get to this clip, I just want to catch up with our friend zone here. And thanks everybody who's live with us tonight. I really appreciate all of you. Sherry D, Not All Trial 1 also stated John was wearing a puffy jacket. Feathers would have been everywhere when he cut the jacket. Yeah, Sherry D, that is, I'm just thinking though, that under that, okay, I was never an EMT, but I was a first responder. Obviously, there were times when I got to the scene before firefighters got to the scene. And when somebody is dying or dead, it is very chaotic. It's very hectic. I'm thinking Not All just got that call confused with another call, the jacket thing. I don't think there was anything nefarious about that. I honestly do think he honestly got that call mixed up with another call he might have had. Because remember, they didn't even interview any of these people for a year later. I mean, was he ever even interviewed before he prepped for court with Lally?
Nuttall, I think so. Yeah.
Nuttall was interviewed, but we don't know how long into it, right?
Oh, no. Like, I think, no, the only one that they took statements from that was in the charging paper, the indictment, was McLaughlin.
Right. So I give Nuttall a pass on that. I think he probably had another injury, possibly, because otherwise it just doesn't make a lot of sense, because John wasn't wearing a coat. He wasn't seen with the coat in the, but it was interesting, wasn't it, Sherry D, that Brian Elbert had a black puffy jacket on. And I in the bar, when we watched the microdot videos from the surveillance camera of the waterfall, he was wearing what looked to be a puffy black jacket. And I thought, that is weird. Okay, that is strange. But what happened to the jacket then? Where did it go? Right? I mean, if Nuttall says they cut the jacket, then where was the jacket and where did it disappear to? I don't know that. I mean, it's interesting, right? Sherry D says Nuttall was pressured from day 2 since January 29. Well, interesting, Sherry D. I didn't know that. So thank you for seeing that. I do believe he was pressured. I think it's very clear to me that he was very upset on that stand and felt like he was doing something awful and possibly that his testimony could send Karen Read to jail for 20 years. You could just see it in his body language and in his face. Hi, Diane. Welcome to Diane Gallagher tonight. Ed Wallace is doing, thank you, Ed Wallace. Yes, I knew it was Ed. I just couldn't place the last name and I didn't want to say it wrong. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. Yes, I really I would love to meet Duty Ron. If any of you know Duty Ron's email, can you email it to me? I would love to invite him on a Friday Night Lives. I'd really like to meet him. Hey, Sherry D, says Julie. Now you guys are greeting each other. Sherry D, FBI Easter, retired FBI agent, Judge Cannoni didn't allow in trial 2. Right. That exactly. And so I really liked him. I mean, he was on what's that show? Who was he on? He was with the attorney and the reporter.
Justice Served with Linda Kenny Bodden.
Yes,
Is
yes,
it
yeah.
Bodden or Bodden? She said the other day, and I can never remember if it's Bodden or Bodden, but
exactly. Yeah, Sherry D. Jen's crazy eyes. I mean, now again, Karen can have crazy eyes. All of us can have crazy eyes. That's part of the cortisol. When you're excited, when you're upset, when you're lying, any of us can be photographed with crazy eyes. Trust me, it happens. It can happen to any of us. That's just part of the body. And again, symptoms of MS, I don't know what those all are. I know that my autoimmune that I have is similar to MS. So I do have some symptoms of MS, but I've never had the eyes. But all of us can have crazy eyes. If we're under stress and duress, any of us, if we're being very, almost like an actor and we're all of our emotions are overboard because we're so excited or we're so upset, any of our body language, our arms, our voice can crack, our voice can sound crazy, our eyes can look crazy. That's just really any normal behavior. But Shauna says, yeah, she's a nut. Well, it's possible, maybe a little bit, but remember, we're only seeing her in the worst of circumstances. We're seeing her in the very worst of circumstances. So it's hard to really know what she's really like in real life, right? Let's see here. Sherry D. Jen McCabe, 1225 to 1235, not one registered step. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That's when she would have been supposedly peeking out the window. And we're going to get to that in a few minutes. That's next on our list. We're just kind of slowly working through kind of the key pieces of, in my mind, as a former police officer, evidence that could now be looked at more fine-tunedly now that we need to figure out for sure and help to figure out, if we can, who actually killed John O'Keefe. Sherry, she didn't start moving until 12:35. When was the first text she sent over? 12:31. Do you remember? I have that. It's on a slide, so I will get to that. We'll get to that really soon. I have all of her peeking out the window times and her text message times, and that's coming up because I find that to be very crucial. Sherry D says the clip was taken out of context. Please remember, I thought Karen was guilty when the news said they had video proof of Karen running over John. Yep. Sherry D, I think a lot of us thought Karen was guilty, right? Julie, what did you think in those early stages?
When it was first reported to us, again, I saw it from the Boston media. It was first reported as, I'll be diplomatic. Two people went out bar hopping and drinking, and then dropped him off and then she dropped him off at a party. And how it was reported was she did a 3-point turn and backed into him, and he landed in a snowbank, and something happened, and he ended up passing away. And yeah, during the indictment, when she got arrested and brought up the first time, they said, "Yep, we have video footage." And was like, "Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then they're gonna, I'll throw the book at her. Everybody's going to come out of the woodwork because he was a Boston cop or he was just a cop. They're going to throw the book at her. They're going to make sure that she goes down for this because, whatever it was." And then she got upcharged. We never heard another word. And it's like, okay, where's the video? That would be like the first thing that you would think would come out. Like, yep, here it is. And now it's a home run case. But now we're upcharging her for some reason. Like, did something come out? Did they think something actually nefarious came out from this? And it was just very unusual. It was just very unusual. And that's what kind of like got me thinking, because like originally it was like, oh, okay, well, if they have all this and it's like clear that, people saw her, back into him or whatever it was. And they actually said that she admitted running out of a car and going, "Oh my God, I hit him." So like right then and there, that's basically like, like game, set, match. And then all this other stuff came out and then she got rearrested. And it's like, what? Like now they're saying that it's murder. What? Do you have video of her like doing all sorts of nonsense? So yes. So but it was very skeptical because like you watch like the pretrial stuff and it's like, like, oh, we have this stuff and we'll give it to you someday. Oh, you want this? Or you want us to look into this? Yeah, maybe. Oh, we have to? Maybe we'll get to it. We'll see. So it was just weird how all this other shit came out. So. Nope, you muted.
I agree with Sherry D. I think Karen is a good public speaker, but being a public speaker and being interviewed about the death of your boyfriend are two different things. That's and you're on trial, and you know you're on trial, and you're in between two trials. If you had all of that together, that's why I personally, if I was her attorney, I would not have allowed her to do those interviews. I would have said, absolutely not. You're not doing them. You have to listen to your attorneys. That's what you hired us for. Or maybe just one, if she would have just done one and would have been very thoroughly prepped on what was good to say. And again, you know what happens in this world. People clip you. They clip you in mid-sentence, mid-thought. They take, like Sherry D was saying, they take you out of context. You don't want to risk any of that when you're on trial, when you're in between two trials. That is just my opinion, though. I mean, everybody has their own opinion on this. So
how hard is it to go to your attorneys and say, okay, the media is clamoring for me to make a statement. How about we write something down? Then you take a piece of paper with your statement from your attorneys and go, hello, I'd like to say something. Or don't say anything. You have the right to remain silent. Use it.
I love it when you do that, Julie. You have the right to remain silent. Use it. And trust me, every lawyer I've ever known in my life, friends, family members, have always said, never talk to the cops and never talk to the media. Only defer to your attorney. Make sure your statements are organized and concise, because anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And that's just the facts. So
that's for sure. Yeah.
I'm wondering and hopeful that, maybe she's realizing that maybe that wasn't the best idea. But it's too late now. You can't go back. And the jury didn't take much.
What's done is done. I mean, how easy is it? I mean, again, Jury Ronnie, who, yikes, but Jury Ronnie came out and said, he seemed like, to me, it seems like he blows with the wind. Like, yeah, this, no, this, yeah, this, no, this. He came out and was like, oh, if I heard those clips, I would have, given her the death penalty if I could. Like, he didn't say that, but like that would, like, he was just like, yeah, I would have, immediately done that. But then like he switched it, like, oh, if I had seen what Arca did this time, then it was immediate. And if we had seen this, it's like, well, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So what's done is done. What's done is done.
Right. And the jury obviously didn't take it into a big account that she was trying to just look out for herself. And she did seem very truthful and honest in all those interviews. I think that weighed. I think that must have weighed for the jury a little bit. Sherry D, Linda's husband is who helped in the Sandra B case. Yep. Okay. I don't know. Who's Linda?
Oh, that's Linda Kenny Bodden. That's a famous attorney. She's married to Dr. Michael Bodden, who is the doctor who was he was the chief medical examiner for New York City, and he was on Autopsy. Now that's how I know him, because back in the day when I was a little person, my mother used to work nights, and my father would watch us. He'd fall asleep watching HBO, so all the R-rated movies would come on, and all the stuff would come on. But it was fascinating because that's how I started to learn. It's like, oh, you can actually find out all of this stuff just based on like science and what goes on in your system and what everything looks like. And that's when
she's an attorney, right?
She's an attorney, yeah.
But her husband's the doctor. Okay,
yeah,
all right. Yeah. I didn't realize her name was Linda. I've never really. I've watched them a couple times, but I never realized her name was Linda. And Mike Bradley is the co-host, right? And Shauna says Mike couldn't remember the reporter's name. Yeah, I couldn't either, but he's good. He's very good. He's very personable and very good. Sherry D says, hence Karen's comments. Could I have clipped him? Timing was early on Karen's thinking. And she didn't, and she had lost some of her memories of that night. I mean, that much alcohol will do that. It can cause some people not to have blackouts per se, but losses of memory. And some of them come back later and some of them never do. Shauna says, I never thought she hit him, but thought suspicious with Higgs triangle. Yeah, but again, guys, Higgins is single. He's divorced. He doesn't have any kids. Karen has never been married, has no kids. As she put it in the one interview, we were just dating. That's what you're doing when you're not living together. Like she said, you're not sharing bills. You're not paying car payments. You're not doing house payments. You're not sharing. They're not helping you. She was helping him with the kids, but not to the level that super serious we're about to get engaged couples do, right? So they were dating. That is what they were doing. I personally believe you should be faithful when you're dating. I don't think you should try to replace the person you're with someone else before you break up. But that's me. Not everybody's different. So I don't appreciate that, what they were doing. But in all honesty, it sounded like it was in the very infancy of it even happening. And then he passed away. okay. So for that to be a domestic violence like murder concocted by Higgins and Karen and there's no way in my expert opinion on domestic violence that happened. And I took offense to Jennifer Koffendorfer and some of these other people, Julie Grant and the others on TV. All of a sudden in mid-trial, they never used it the first trial. Now, all of a sudden in mid-trial too, they start using the words domestic violence victim, that John was, that is utter horseshit. John was not a victim of domestic violence. Karen and John had their issues. They had their pettiness. They had their immaturity. We saw all that. We didn't even see half of what was probably going on, but we saw it. It came out in trial 1 and a little bit in trial 2. They were acting immature at times. They were being jealous of each other. They were behaving poorly. They were over drinking. Yes, they did all those things. I'm not their mother. It's not for me to judge. But neither one of them were victims of domestic violence. Until you've met a victim of domestic violence, and we've met them here on this channel, they have come and talked to us about their survival and how they survived almost being offed by their lover or their husband or their boyfriend. You do not get to name someone a victim of domestic violence. That shame on all of them to use their platforms with all of their followers that they have and insert that right in the middle of trial 2. For me, that was one of the most egregious moments of trial 2, when all of these big content creators on the anti-Karen Read side, they all of a sudden they were talking about every day and constantly putting it into the brains of their subscribers and their followers. Domestic violence. And I wrote back on those, Julie, because those pissed me off. That is, you never, ever take it lightly what a woman or a man has survived who's been in a true domestic violence relationship. They go on for years, and some of them end in unaliving, which we know for a fact with Sandra Birchmore, Ellen Greenberg in Philadelphia, Suzanne Clark Simpson in Austin, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, and Suzanne Morphew in Colorado. We are standing for all of them. And where is Sarah Ebersol, our missing mother over in Marion County, just to my west? I totally believe that her past boyfriend and the father of her child had some involvement in her disappearance. That's my opinion, but all the signs of prior domestic violence were there, including restraining orders and very bad, nasty domestic violence behavior. So Jennifer and Julie and all these other people, you need to go back and apologize and tell your subscribers that you were wrong, that there was no domestic violence here. This was an accident. Whatever happened to John was an accident. I don't believe it was premeditated to murder, M-word him, but I do believe it was premeditated to talk to him. They wanted him there that night. He even said in the text message, is Kevin coming? Why would he care so much if Kevin was coming for just a couple minutes, 20 minutes of an after bar party, an hour of an after bar party, or to the waterfall that he didn't even get there until 11 o'clock? So there's stuff going on behind the scenes, guys, that have to do with the Alberts and John O'Keefe. You can bet your allowance on it. Okay, Julie, let me show your clip here and we'll watch that together. Let me go put that back up on the stage. Oh, wrong one. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yep, that's it.
And then I'm going to stretch while this is playing because I need to get up and move my knee and my back around.
Yeah, that one, you could fast forward that to like 5-6 minutes.
You can sell this $5 spatula on Amazon and compete with hundreds of other spatula sellers.
You gotta get those commercials.
So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the
She ran over his foot.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ron.
Every day they come back to you with something. I mean, how much do you remember?
I remember it. I questioned, but I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
I now call Kerry.
So I take that though. I kind of take that with a grain of salt too, because again, she's hearing it so many times from all these clips and from everything that's going on in the. I mean, we're talking about when that video was made. Trial 1 is long over. So
no. That video was made during trial 1.
Oh, that one was with the white shirt on?
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was trial 2 video. Okay, I'm confused.
It was.
Wait
a minute. So the clips from the ID discovery body in the snow that came in, those are the majority of the clips that came in with Hank. Those were done before, prior, and during trial number 1. They held on to it for a year, and then they came out. Like they basically said, like, hey, we can't hold this for forever. It's got to come out at some point. And so then it came out, and then Hank saw it and went, yep, we're going to use that and that one, that one, and that one. So, yep.
Yeah, I just don't take, if I was on the jury, I wouldn't put any weight into any of that because given what she's been through and 2 trials and all of the people accusing her of saying that, plus she was questioning herself. She was she was just being an honest, forthright person there. In the heat, when I was backing up, could I have not seen him? But it makes no logical sense. None of it makes any logical sense whatsoever.
Can you play that again? Can you play that again? Because she said, I know I said I hit him. I just didn't know I said it that many times. Like,
yeah, I heard it. I heard her say, I know I said I hit him. But again, I think she was questioning herself. I think in her mind, she was freaking the frick out. I mean, John O'Keefe is laying dead in the snow until, like I said, until you come across a very severely injured person or a dead person laying in the street or in the snow or in the woods or wherever you've come across them. That is super traumatic. There's nothing I can do to explain to you what that is like. That for me, I give her the benefit of the doubt of the trauma that she would have been in that morning and freaking out, thinking, because logically she was the last person in her mind that possibly saw John, that he never did make it into the house, that she didn't see him and that she ran over his foot or clipped him. She was questioning herself. If there was evidence that backed up the injuries, then I would have been more on the fence with this way back when. I personally would have said, okay, well, wait a minute. If she's having some kind of an aura or vibe or feeling that she could have hit him, and then the evidence showing me that she hit him, he had a point of impact on his body. He had bruising. He had broken ribs. He had contusions. He didn't have what looks like German Shepherd bites on his arm. If all of that had not been there, then sure, maybe then we could put more weight into her thinking possibly that she could have hit him. But otherwise, it's just not enough. It's not enough at all for anyone to be upset or worried about. And thank God the jury was smart enough to understand that, she was questioning herself. She was asking herself questions if she could have possibly been involved in his death.
Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, okay, we know, like from the get-go of the streaming that we've done here, the conversations that I've had, I've said she is not guilty of what she is being charged for what the Commonwealth is bringing with her with trial 1 and trial 2. It was more clear in trial 2 because of what happened in trial 1. She's not guilty because science shows it. Science proved it. I did it myself and said, okay, that doesn't jive with his body and the car, and everything else is just, fodder for that. Now that the trial is over, I'm starting to look at this stuff and I'm trying to wonder, like, she didn't do what she didn't do what she was accused for, but she did something. And I mean, why would you say the things that you did And like we still don't have a clear view of what happened from when they left the waterfall to what happened to when they went to 34 Fairview to what happened when they got to what happened when she got to One Meadows. That is extremely cloudy, and that keeps jumping around every which way.
Julie, are you starting to think that it's possible that the science is wrong? Are you
No. I just said that the science all adds up. That what she's being accused of, saying that Karen Reed drove her car 24 miles an hour and backed into John O'Keefe with a stupid arm thing and did a pirouette and landed and bounced and all the tail lights, whatever there was. That's what she was accused of. That did not happen.
So why are you so worked up about? Why have you been so worked up for months about her doing these interviews?
Well, because number one, she's not good at it. Number two, a lot's coming out that doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, she's saying, like, yeah, I drank. Like, it probably shouldn't have been.
Okay, wait. Let's take this.
But then turns around and says, "Oh,
wait,
I only have like 2 cocktails."
You get so excited. I love what you have to say here. I love your thought process. Let's take this one thing at a time and let the friend zone come back at us with this. So, because this is what we're doing on Friday Night Lies. Tell me one thing that you're not happy about. What you're talking about the drinking, right? Let's start with that. So what about the drinking upsets you?
Well, okay. All right. Yeah. So like for, oh Christ, like
let's say hi to Gus. Welcome, Gus. You're welcome anytime.
I think that's Sean is Gus.
I know it is. And I'm happy that he's here with us. You're one handsome character, Gus. I've seen your photos, but you are a lucky man because you are with a beautiful New Yorker. All right, let's break this down. Let's break down Julie's concerns because she has different concerns than I have. I have concerns about the crime scene and the dirty cops, and it pisses me off as a former.
Oh no, I have that too. Like there's like
my concern. I know you do, but your concerns lean more in a way that mine don't. So let's talk about your concerns. So first of all, I felt she had to admit that she drank because it was on surveillance. It was clearly on surveillance that she was drinking those cocktails.
Okay, but why for all that time? Like, again, I didn't I watched the trial and all that other stuff, just watching the trial and doing pre-trial, and then after trial one, started doing all the YouTube stuff and like looking back, I was like, okay, what are you guys talking about? And like for the longest time, it was no, she wasn't drunk. She was drinking water. She was a designated driver. She was, stone cold sober. Every single presentation was stone cold sober. And here she is, saying all this stuff. Like, I can't remember this and that. It's like, why would you say all that stuff if just say that, like I get, like, you're not going to say all this like stuff, like when you're at trial, but why say all the other stuff?
I think because I think she wanted to be totally honest. I think there are people in this world that when they're backed up into a corner, they feel that honesty is the best policy. Let me just be totally honest. And if they try to screw me with it, so be it. But if I leave things out, if I act nefarious, if I act evasive, that could screw me over too. So agreeing to do these interviews in the first place was a huge risk. Mm-hmm. That's we can all agree on that.
Agree.
Because reporters are trained to be reporters. This is their job. This is their livelihood. They are trained to get things out of you that you might not want to share with the public. That detectives are trained in a similar way. It's just they're looking for a little bit different, but they're both looking for answers. Detectives are looking for answers. Reporters are looking for answers. So I agree with you about that, that it would have been smarter just to lay low key on that, because again, like I was saying, I don't understand how they could have ever put OWI in the charging documents, because for me as a police officer, I know how we're trained. We have to have the signs. We have to pull the person over. We can't just go by someone else's word. There were no witnesses, no surveillance camera of her driving erratically. In fact, the opposite in trial one, when they interviewed everybody and their mother that was in the waterfall, saying she didn't seem drunk, she wasn't staggering, she wasn't slurring her words, no signs of being overly intoxicated. Some people handle alcohol better than others. We all metabolize alcohol differently based on our weight, our constitutions, our DNA, our body weight, how much fat we have versus muscle. So everybody's different. Now there's a status quo you can go by, and that's the 1 ounce of alcohol, like liquor, and 12 ounces of beer, 6 to 8 ounces of wine. It takes 1 hour for the average person to metabolize that. So if she was at the waterfall and she started drinking at CF McCarthy's first, started drinking there, went to the waterfall. So from 9 to midnight, that's 3 hours. How much could a 105 approximately pound Karen Reed actually put in her body before she became toxic? Okay. 3 hours there. In my opinion, there's no way in freaking hell she had 9 drinks, which is what they're all saying. And also, I don't even see how she had 7 drinks. I don't think she had as much as she thinks she had, because even if she is a pretty normal drinker, like a weekly drinker or a daily drinker, 7 drinks in 3 hours? No way. I've never believed that or bought that at all. So it's neither here nor there in so many ways, because she was not seen driving drunk. There's no witnesses that she was driving drunk. No one pulled her over for the signs that you need of driving drunk, which is swaying, weaving, no headlights, no taillights, expired license, speeding, running a red, running a yellow, excessive speed, alternating speed, slowing down, speeding up. Those are just a sample of all the signs that officers look for in order to make that legal traffic stop. Nobody did that to Karen Reed. So I don't understand how the DA even had the legal right to include that as one of her charges. It just completely pisses me off.
She admitted to it. That's why.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, if she hadn't been,
keep your mouth shut.
But if she hadn't been in this situation, if John O'Keefe had not died, there is no way they could have gone for OWI or as you say, still in Massachusetts, OUI, operating under the influence. In all other 49 states now, they've changed it to operating while intoxicated. But anyway, that's just my take on it. I don't think at the end of the day, I think it was interesting that Lally never chose to use those little tidbits, even though there was more for Brennan to use because she did more interviews. Now, somebody wrote in, and was that you, Sherry D or Shauna, that they weren't supposed to release the last one. Here we go. Sherry D, thank you. I thought the defense asked whichever network, Discovery ID, to wait in releasing the documentary, as I'm sure the defense thought the trial would be over and done. Yeah. There's
they were scheduled in January that was supposed to start, and then they both asked for a delay. And I think Investigation Discovery or HBO, whoever the parent company is, said we can't hold on to this any longer. It's got to go. So you made this. You rolled the dice.
That's a mistake, though. That's roll the dice. But I have to say, I want to get your opinion in the friend zone, and those of you on replay, let us know if you can in the chat on the replay. What if it had come out after? Then the anti-Karen readers would have blown a smoke bomb. I mean, then they could have gone off and said, oh, if this would have come out before the verdict, she would have for sure been convicted. So honestly, I think it was a blessing in disguise that it was all out there. Everything was out there. And remember, the jury supposedly did not see any of this except for these clips. So they were only getting these clips. And then they had to decide how much weight to give it, as Judge Bev kind of instructed them. How much weight do you want to give these clips of admission of what she was and wasn't doing during that time frame? So I personally, in my opinion, believe it was a blessing in disguise that they all came out. Okay. That's just me.
I mean, that's also this jury. Again, you look at the first jury, you can, like if you look at, again, you can't go by the comments, but
it doesn't matter anyway, because the first jury is done and over with,
Well, yeah, that's done and over with. But like, if you look at the comments in the investigative discovery, when they played that and like look at the reviews, and again, you got to take it with a grain of salt because people who comment, they're gonna sway one way. Like right. The overall feeling was that. Yeah. Why is she saying and why is she acting the way that she is and saying all this stuff? Because it sounds like she's confessing. I don't know what the Christ she's confessing to. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shady shit that's gone on in the other day, Judy Rod, and then talking about it. So
hang on a second, Julie. Just hold that very thought. I have to just put up the chat. MCAT says, wait, who is Gus? I'm clueless. Gus sounds like he's like some important FBI guy or something that's coming in. But Gus, you are important. You are important. Gus is Shauna's dear partner of many, many years. Mm-hmm. They have been together for a long, long time. And I got to see their wedding photo the other day. Actually, it was beautiful. So anyway, I'm so sorry, Julie. Keep going. I just had to put that up. Oh, hi, Jeff Williams. Welcome back. Jeff Williams, there's
there's
only
our friend.
there's only one defendant. I appreciate you, Jeff. Thanks for having the guts to come back. I thought we treated you very kindly last time, though, because as you all know, we are open to any opinions. This is a free country, a free world. I have my opinions. You have yours. She fooled all of you. No justice. Yeah, Jeff, I understand why you feel that way. Because if the roles were reversed, Jeff, I would feel that way too. Last time, Jeff, I tried to convince you that things that I saw when I was a police officer and things that I saw when I was working in LA on the streets of LA as a social worker for my internships, things I've seen up here as a volunteer up here. I mean, not up here, but over here to the East Coast where I'm in now in Florida. None of it adds up, Jeff. I wish I could just sit with you and just show you my flow chart. This doesn't add up. That doesn't. And we're going to be doing that on Friday Night Lies because we didn't have a lot of time to do that. We were reviewing all the witness testimony from trial 1 and trial 2, but now we're going to actually do that. We're going to slowly start to put together, I think, information that might help some of you that could possibly start to move to the middle on this, because there is so much that doesn't make any sense in the death of John O'Keefe. And typically homicides, believe it or not, they do make sense. You've got your 5 elements, Jeff. You've got your who, what, where, when, why, and how. You've got 6 elements. Those are elements that reporters use. Those are elements that the police use. So if you go to those and you look at all of the different scenarios of what could have happened to John O'Keefe, but you also have to add in the science. You can't put the science to the side. Now, I get it that many of you on the other side of this aisle that believe that your science is right. I think you really have to try harder to look at this with a little bit more of an open mind. I looked at this with an open mind way back in the beginning. Most of us did. Even Sherry D admitted she thought she was guilty. Julie thought she was guilty. Many people in this friend zone did think she was guilty. When it first happened, there was nothing out there in the media that could have led us to believe that this could possibly be an inside frame, a frame job from the inside out, due to the fact that you had 2 Boston police officers and Kevin Elbert on the Canton police and Chris Elbert, a selectman, and Sandra Birchmore unalived by Stoughton police officers. And way before he was arrested, it was out there that he had help and that he framed her for her own death way before anybody even started reporting on it, Jeff. You've got 2 things going on in the same vacuum with the same suspects, the same witnesses. It's a lot, Jeff. So I would love it if you would just maybe kind of consider that if 2 juries can't agree because there's not enough evidence, that a lot of you would just kind of back down a little bit, because it isn't enough evidence in our country. You cannot put someone in jail when you don't have the proper evidence to convict them. I have 4 families right now in Florida that are crying for justice for their loved ones. I'm going to show you their pictures like I always do at the end of my live streams, because I'm working with them on the ground. They want to go to court. They want to go to trial, and they can't because the DA has said no. We don't have enough evidence. We've got this nasty little pesky thing called the Florida Stand Your Ground law that I'm teaching you guys about on Thursday nights that's being used against Jason Veach and against Deshaun Hudson. In my opinion, wrongfully, very wrongfully, regardless of how you feel about carry concealed or stand your ground. Not everybody does it right. It isn't always used appropriately, and people overreact and they get in their feels and they have this gun and they decide to pull it out and they shoot someone and they die. And then the prosecutors now are backing off and they're afraid to prosecute because they believe that it will be a waste of the taxpayers' money, because the lawyer for these people are going to be able to stand on the shoulders of the Florida Stand Your Ground law. And that is not how it should be. The Governor Rick Scott did the entire state of Florida a horrible injustice when he changed the law to being somewhat reasonable to now being absolutely insane, that the prosecutor has to prove that the person who's dead didn't do something wrong. It's not right. So we all have to be very cautious how we look at laws, how we look at these cases, how we look at suspects and the evidence, because it's not always as it seems. And frame jobs can happen. Brian Elbert is wrong. It doesn't take 30 to 50 people to frame someone. It does not. It absolutely does not. I can bring on 3 guests next week who have been dealing with crime and corruption in their states. and there was not that many people involved. So Jeff, thanks for coming. I don't agree with you. I think you're wrong on this. I think it's all going to come out eventually. I think we're going to know who killed John O'Keefe. I think he's going to get justice. I absolutely agree to disagree with you. And I appreciate you coming here. And if you ever want to come on the platform and talk with us, you are welcome. We can have a debate, camera to camera. MCAT says, Jeff, agree to disagree. Absolutely. We're going to agree to disagree. Shauna says, Jeff Williams, where you been? MCAT, true. Jeff, what part of the country are you in? I'm just curious. Are you a Cantonite? Are you a Stoughtonite? Are you a Massachusettan? I'm from Wisconsin originally. Go up there a lot. Live there pretty much. I'm just always on the run. Down here in Florida is my lovely second home. So Jeff says, Shauna, she fooled everybody. She was drunk and can't remember what she did. Jeff, I'm not disagreeing with you. She absolutely was drunk, but they were all drunk. Brian Albert was drunk. Brian Higgins was drunk. Not so sure about the ladies. I don't think they were overly drunk. I mean, we know Julie Albert wasn't. I don't think Nicole or Jen McCabe. I don't think Matt McCabe was overly drunk, but we know Brian Albert and Brian Higgins had been drinking all day. So they were iced. I mean, they were definitely lit. So I don't agree with you there. She drank too much. She absolutely shouldn't have been driving. There's no way in hell any of them should have been driving. So they were all admitted to drinking, and I agree with you absolutely very, very much. So all the evidence was at the crime scene. Right. But remember, Jeff, was all the evidence at the crime scene? Julie, our resident Bostonian and resident science and math person, I don't know if you were around with us when she showed you. She took her time, and we may have to show that right now. Julie, can you pull it up? We won't show the whole thing, but Julie took her time to show us the absolute atrocity of using a leaf blower to remove snow at a crime scene. And she took her own time, her own money to do this, and freezing to death. She was freezing to death. And we're going to show a clip of that because it's worth it. She did several experiments to try to show that this is not possible. And I can also tell you, there is no police manual in this country that says it's okay to use a leaf blower at a crime scene. It's ludicrous. It's stupid.
What the frig is it?
They did it for a reason. There was a reason for that stupidity. They could have called anybody in to help them with that crime scene. If you were with me last night, and if you have a chance, go to my library, check out last night's live stream. I actually read a police report that was excellent. It was written by the first, he was either a sergeant or an officer on call when Deshaun Watson was shot 14 times by a gunman who was carrying concealed. They had gotten in an argument at the bar across the street or down the road earlier over some nonsense, drunk guy nonsense. And he decided that Deshaun was a threat and that Deshaun had a weapon, even though he did not show a weapon. And he shot him 14 times. Now how is that the Florida Standard Ground Law? But that's my problem with them, with the DA. The police, from what I can see so far, conducted an amazing investigation. They brought in CSI right away. They brought in another crime scene unit. They brought in they brought in more help from another agency to secure the scene and cordon off the scene. They separated witnesses, interviewed them at the scene. There were over 20 witnesses. That is how you conduct an investigation, Jeff. What the Canton police did and then what inevitably CERT did, CERT was told to leave. CERT was told to leave. CERT, if those taillight pieces were all there, Jeff, CERT would have found them. It's not that bad of a snowstorm. Trust me.
All right, I got it. Yes, they improvised. Okay, well, we're going to see what their improvisation looked like.
All right. Do you got it up?
Yep.
All right. Let's see what Julie has to show us.
It was very innovative, says Bob 32.
Versus snow versus taillight. Let's take a look at this again because this is worth it. All right. Let me find it here, Julie.
Yeah, I think Tully told them to leave after they found after they searched for 45 minutes. They said, "Oh, do you want us to keep going? We'll come back tomorrow." And I believe he said, "Nah, I'm good. We're good."
You have so many municipalities surrounding you that you could have called in for support, that could have brought you a crime scene.
Blizzard.
That
I'm
could have.
I'm gonna have to find the snowblower piece of Gallagher, and you can compare what it looked like.
All right.
But that's to say, we like disagreement. I just said that I have questions about now that again, she's not guilty of what she was accused of, but I think she knows more than what she's been leading on, especially with the trip from the waterfall to 34 Fairview and then 34 Fairview to One Meadows, because you don't get that angry praying the rosary in her car and then saying, oh, I have to poop, let me drive away, and then never mention, like, she doesn't mention it in the interviews. I was listening to the Discovery interview again, and she's like, no, I got really mad because he was inside. I was like, hello, what are you doing for 5 minutes? Come outside. And then she drove off and got really, really, really angry.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense, but
no. And Jeff, I'll get to your the data doesn't lie, the Lexus box and victim's phone. Yeah, I have no problem with the data. I really don't have problems with the data.
I am from Boston, actually. I am from the North Shore. This is where this was done. So
So let's take a look at.
We can agree to disagree.
We can agree to disagree on many things.
It sure was. And this was also videotaped. So here we go.
Nobody can agree that a snowblower is a good idea. Nobody can agree.
Leaf blower.
Leaf blower. It's ludicrous. Or a snowblower. Either one would be a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it's a good idea to move snow. And I mean, if you're doing this just to move snow, and the problem is that it moves all over the place, like as we're going to see. So, all right, I did this. I forget when I said I did this. I did this Super Bowl Sunday, which was what, the 12th, the 6th, something like that. I mean, I say it, but I did this in my Sallyport. I have my very professional evidence bag, that Stop and Shop bag right there. There's my Chloe. And I have solo cups, and I put 7 pieces of red taillight on 2 quote unquote collisions. And I said, again, I went into this saying, you know what, maybe it is innovative. Maybe it is the best thing to use a leaf blower in snow because again, they have different speeds. Who knows? Like maybe it was the smartest thing. I didn't remember Gallagher doing it in the first trial. And I said, you know what? I'm curious and I have time and space. So here we go. I put up caution tape. I marked the area off. I had cameras from the night before. It snowed about 7.5 inches. So there's more snow here. I did this again when it was actively snowing with about 1 inch of snow on the ground to show what it would look like to blow stuff away. And now we're going to show what it looks like. And there's my leaf blower. And again, disclaimer, don't do this because this was an electric leaf blower. So here we go. You can see what it looks like. See, all the fine particulate matter right here is going to blow halfway to Stoughton or the seashore because I'm on the shore. Again, this is in Massachusetts. So here we go. Let's get it closer. So you can see what this looks like. And the lowest setting that this goes, it removes like maybe the first 1/4 inch of snow. And you see it's being blown all the way over here. So if you have a little area that I'm blowing over here where if there could have been, a hair, somebody could have spit or bled or something, it all gets blown all the way over here. So instead of just going to a confined area right there, it's getting blown all over this huge area right here. And then it goes over here. It gets all over me. And because this is sucking up air from here and blowing it out this way, everything that gets stirred up here is getting spit out on the crime scene. So we'll just go over here and then you can see, look, all this is over here. Make my way over here. I did 65 square feet. So just the surface, not talking about depth, just the surface, just to see what it looks like. This is very innovative. And if you look at Paul Gallagher looks the exact same way. It's just that he only filmed himself for about 3 or 4 minutes. But if you look at when he turns his leaf blower on the first time, it does the exact same thing. It gets snow and it blows it this way because you can see the curling pattern when he goes to lower the nozzle. It blows it away. So if there was anything at the scene, it blows it away. Now, he didn't have an adorable Cocker Spaniel with him to help, or the Nagel Blob, my handy-dandy assistant. See, and now I have to blow it up. Now all the particulates that were on the crime scene in the snow would have gotten on me. Now, again, you could have put a tent up. You could have gone to Harbor Freight, or you could have gone to Canton Public Works. Again, but I'm not a lieutenant in the police department. I don't know these things. But Duty Rod and Ed talked about this with the attorneys the other day, and they said the exact same thing, saying they would have got a 5-gallon bucket and scooped it all up and put it in a Sallyport and kept it there and sifted through. Go a little bit more. I did this for 16 minutes. Because, see, just kept going. And I found 7 out of 7 pieces of taillight. I stop when I find a piece. But that's what it looks like. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. This was not my Sallyport. This was my garage. Because apparently that's how we speak up here. Garage. It didn't blow it away. It absolutely blew it away. Look at the Gallagher. Look at that. Look at all that snow and look at Gallagher's video. The only reason why you can't see it is because you're looking on top of the snow and you can't see it blow like this does. And you can't see it do this, but it absolutely does. If you look closely, I'm gonna have to find that. If you look closely, it absolutely blows it away. There was nothing. I originally thought, I said, you know what? Maybe this has a lower setting. Maybe it does do it nice and gently where it only blows a little bit. Nope. Blows it into friggin' Stoughton in the garage. Yeah. Please use a leaf blower properly. Well, I mean, I do that now in my driveway. I mean, this is the best. What I pay $50 for this thing. This is the best $50 I ever spent. I took it, and I don't have to sweep my driveway anymore. I just take this thing out, and the birds like to make a mess from my trees and poop all over everything. And now I just blow it away. Works tremendously. So now we do this. I'm not using it correctly. Well, I also did it on low, and what low does, see, that's all the crime scene. So that's the blowing of this, and then there's me. So I end up getting close, so you could see I'm moving everybody, and then I cover pieces and put them in my solo cups, and I have a close up from my phone doing that. But on the low speed, again, it takes off the surface, and you have to break up the snow in order for it to blow, and it still blows it. It does half the distance. So instead of blowing it to Stoughton, it blows it to East Canton. This is ridiculous. Agreed. This is ridiculous. And see, that looks better with the contrast. You can see this is all, it was untouched right there, and then goes in, and you can see the pile by my leg.
I'm not from New England, Jeff. I'm from Wisconsin, so I can most certainly talk about weather. And Julie lives in Boston. She lives just outside of Boston, so she can absolutely talk about weather. And you can call her experiment ridiculous. You can be mean. You can,
this is ridiculous. This is a crazy leaf blower.
What you're doing is not ridiculous. You took your time to show what it looks like when a human being goes out and does something like this. That is exactly what they did to a crime scene. That is, Jeff cannot argue that.
Very true. Very true, Jeff. I am not trained as a police officer, and if you can show me where in a police manual, if you could show me where in the police manual it says at a novel crime scene, the first thing you do is grab your leaf blower and blow the crime scene away, I'm all ears. I'll reconsider.
Jeff, there is no way that is normal behavior. That is no way it's acceptable.
Exactly, Shauna. That's exactly what Duty Ron and Duty Ed talked about when they talked about Lieutenant Leaf Blower, and they said, because that's what they talked about, saying that, every single person, like he recorded himself and said, every single person in a snowy precinct is going to have a leaf blower in their crime scene packet so they can blow the evidence away. Yes, it worked in the case in Alaska that everybody keeps referencing to, but there were footprints on the ground. And yes, a leaf blower will uncover footprints, but they managed to process the crime scene before saying, oh, look, we have trail here. Let's see if there's anything underneath that. But they processed everything else first. I read that one too. So.
Right. But that's not, a lot of things aren't comparable, and that's an apples to oranges, more or less.
They improvised. Okay. They improvised.
The bottom line is that there is no excuse not to put something up to secure that crime scene and keep someone on guard. This was the death of a fellow officer or any human being. If it was the death, okay, Zeus, I gotta take my dogs out, guys. 2 hours, 23 minutes.
All right. Speaking of Duty Ron, Duty Ed, would you mind playing the first clip that I have in the? I'm trying to. I mean, unless you have something else, like you can let them play for a little bit because they talk for a little bit.
I'm only seeing 2 clips in here. Is that the first one where it says Team Yannetti?
No, that's me. Where do you see that? It says in the private chat, the first one that says YouTube link in the private chat?
Which I don't know which clip you want me to play. I don't see Duty Ron in the private chat.
You don't? Hang on.
No, I have Duty Ron up above. Do you want me to play the one I was playing before?
Hang on. No, this is a separate one. I mean, unless you want to keep going with that
No,
one.
you can send me yours and I'll put it on. I just have to run.
Okay, all right, go ahead. I just put it in the private chat again. Can you see the private chat?
I'm working on it, Jules. It takes me a minute to do the tech work of this. I have to pull down the other thing I had up. I have to.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure if you saw it in the private chat.
It takes me a good minute or two to put it up. I would let you know if I was having tech issues with the actual video. So stand by, everybody.
Yep, I saw that one too, Jeff. They had snow shovels. That's what the search team was using. They went in a line and they went shoulder to shoulder and they shoveled and they went to a place to sift through and dump the snow. And they did that for 45 minutes, I believe. And they said, no, that's good. I did that one too. I did the second one with a 5-gallon bucket and drug it along and sifted.
Okay, I have to run the dogs out. I'm going to play this for you guys. It'll take me about 5 minutes to run in my backyard and run them around a little bit. But Jeff, I do have to respectfully ask you, please don't disparage any of us in this chat. We are all truly interested in advocacy. We are not just a true crime channel. Social Change Warriors is an advocacy channel. We are advocating for homicide deaths of human beings. We are working with their families. We're doing the trials on Friday nights because I'm interested in it. Julie's interested in it. And a lot of us are interested in it. But we have our own ideas and perspectives, just like you do. I have not once disparaged you. I have not called you stupid. So do not accuse Julie of anything nefarious or of making a fool of herself. Otherwise, you should not.
He's being all right. He's being all right. Just take it easy.
No, Julie. I don't want anybody. I'm still here. This is me. I haven't gone out with the dogs yet. I don't want.
No, not you, Jeff. I'm telling him just take it easy.
My friend zone is called a friend zone for a reason, because we respect each other here. We do not call names here. We do not make fun of people here. Julie wanted to do these experiments. She took her own time to do them, and I am more than happy to show them. I'll show them as many times as we want to show them. So keep your comments in that respect to yourself. That's all I'm asking. Is we're going to continue to agree to disagree. I'm all good with that. I welcome anybody here, but we're not going to cut each other down or rip on each other or make fun of each other or disparage each other. We don't do that here. It's not in my wheelhouse. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. We've never had a problem with that before. We can have disagreements about who did it, who done it, the evidence. The Idaho 4 case is coming up. We're going to be talking about that on Friday Night Lives. We're going to be talking about Sandra Birchmore case, the Brian Walsh case, the Suzanne Clark Simpson, Suzanne Morphew. There is a lot of nefarious activity coming up where people have been unalived, and we're going to have to agree to disagree sometimes. You guys might always not agree with my take on who did it or who unalived these humans. So we will continue to always be respectful. So I'm going to start this for you, Julie. I'm going to run outside. Let's keep it clean and nice in the friend zone. Thanks.
That's okay. All right. We'll listen to this one.
O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston cop's home.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example.
Is this the one you wanted, or is that the one that I put up?
No, that's the one that you put up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me go.
That's all right.
It doesn't matter. It's all good. I just clicked on the wrong one.
Yes, this one. Yep. Can you go to about 35 minutes, approximately? Yeah, somewhere around there.
Never sue the other driver after a
You
car
guys will
accident.
have to suffer
There's a
through
better
some,
way to get paid a way
commercials
bigger
while I
check
run the dog
without having to go to court.
I'm going to give you a straight right, and I'm going to wake you up, and I'm going to let you know that that's just not going to
All right,
occur.
so this is Judy Ron and Judy Ed.
The other point is,
with the
after
two
what he
attorneys,
was
David
talking
Iannetti and
about,
Bob
3
Alessi.
times I asked the judge to tell him to stop looking at his electronics. I asked the judge in the beginning of the morning, please also have him, take off his smartwatch that he had on, that to me looked like he was receiving information, whether it was just ordinary course of emails, nothing to do with this case or not. I had hoped that the judge would have enforced that a little bit better, because I had to keep going back to it. But, those are just the challenges of trials, and you just have to be dogged. But I certainly had a different perspective, and I was much firmer, and I was much more dogged than I even usually am the second day. And I think you saw a different type of examination.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this, and we're going to put this to bed with this guy. He was quite eccentric and unprofessional, in my opinion.
Talking about Welcher.
With that said, I'd like to push us towards the initial response. In my career, I sought out peer review and have people look at what I do and give me feedback. Okay. The only way you're ever going to get better at something is to always try to evaluate what you've done and get your peers, thoughts and processes about what you've done to make yourself better. Now, as I said, we call balls and strikes here. So from the initial response, there were so many things that were out of the norm for what I would have done or what Ron would have done as patrol officers responding to a 911 call like this. I mean, we would have taken charge of the scene. We would have separated all the witnesses that were there. We would have called for a supervisor, got back up. We would have made entry into the house for a well-being check to see what's going on in the house. How come nobody's out here from the house? Especially if we knew that the occupant of the house was also a cop. Okay. And what's going on there, right? None of that occurred here. And we were like baffled. And then finally, we had a sergeant come, and then Lieutenant Leafblower showed up. And then he sent the sergeant back to his house to get a leaf blower. Nobody thought to call the crime scene unit. And then when they called the state police, apparently they didn't articulate properly that they had a crime scene, because as the Lieutenant Leafblower said, he didn't know he didn't have a crime scene. Here's the way it works. You have a crime scene until you don't.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you treat it as an assault, as a homicide, whatever the case may be, a murder, until it's proven not to be.
Right.
Okay.
And nobody
That's such a good point. That's such a good point.
Goes from the location. You canvass the homes on either side, across the street, behind the house. They did none of the sort. There was no interviewing. There was no video canvassing. There was a video that Lieutenant Gallagher, we'll call him Leafblower, but Lieutenant Gallagher said his boss, I know from doing, what did he say? For running errands for him, that it doesn't catch the street. Well, no, you take everything and anything when it pertains to a homicide investigation, especially if it involves a homicide of a police officer off duty. And that's the first red flag for us. And Ed, I'll let you continue on with your point, but for you gentlemen here, this is investigation 101. This is taught in the police academy at the NYPD. You secure a crime scene and you get the troops to come in there. I don't care if there's an impending.
So Jeff, I saw that you said, I don't know anything about police work. I find that very interesting. So do you think these guys don't know anything about police work? Do you think all the police officers that I have taken the time to talk to in the last year and a half don't know anything about police work? Were you a police officer? Were you a firefighter? Have you been on an EMS truck? Because until you've done any of those jobs, you do not get to criticize in this way, in this manner. Everything that the Canton Police Department did, and many of the things the Massachusetts Police Department did, was absolutely out of character for a police force for that level of a crime scene, potential death investigation. They knew from the second they got there that that was not normal, that whatever happened to John O'Keefe was not by his own doing. That was very clear. So what Duty Ron and Duty Ed are saying, I've already said a bunch of times as well. I was never a detective. I never investigated a homicide. I helped with a couple in very small ways, but I was a patrol officer. So I was out driving a squad car, pulling people over, going to theft reports, going to domestic violence reports, delivering babies. I did all the things that patrol officers do. So I do take offense to you in my own friend zone, where I just got done asking you to stop being snarky and rude. So if you can't be kind and nice and respectful of what I did for a living and what these gentlemen did for a living, you're in the wrong place. Then you're just here to be a troll. I was recently in Grant Smith Ellis's live stream. I didn't agree with 90% of the people in there. They didn't agree with me, but I was respectful to them, and they were respectful back to me. They welcomed me. They did not, they disagreed with me. We argued a little, we debated, but not one time did I call anyone, especially Grant, who was live streaming, who was the host of the live stream, who was taking his time to do the program, any type of names or refer to him in any disrespectful way. So I'm done with this. I don't have mods because I am a grassroots channel. I don't typically have a lot of trolls coming in and acting out. So you either can come here and debate respectfully, or you can exit. That's all I'm going to say from now on. So the rest of your comments need to be respectful to me and to my friend zone and to Julie, or bye bitch. Okay. I'm over it. And so let's go back to Duty Ron and Duty Ed.
Talking about the crime scene.
Snowstorm, if there's inclement weather going on, that's what we get paid for. We get paid to work for the victim who's laying on that front lawn, which is police officer John O'Keefe. And it pissed me off so bad that during this trial, because of the rulings of Judge Beverly Cannone, you couldn't even call him police officer John O'Keefe. And I know it was for a reason, but it just got me so angry.
That was egregious.
But everything that happened, and not going into that home for the emergency exception rule. And when you have a cop who owns the home, it makes it so much easier to get consent to go into that house, because he should have said, hey, guys, I got kids here. We had a kids party. My son turned 20 or 23, whatever it was. We had a bunch of kids here. I don't know who slept over here, who's in the basement, who's there. Come on in, send in the troops, clear my house. He didn't do that. He didn't even come out. Major red flag.
Yeah, we were talking before the show, and Ed graciously invited us to potentially ask questions of you guys. And I have so many questions. I'd love to turn the tables on you. One question I have to both of you is, having lived across the street from a first responder, I had a firefighter across the street from me before I moved into my current house. And one thing I know is that if there was anything going on in that street, I don't care what time of night or day it was, the very first person out of the house was him. And I guess my questions to you guys are, what do you think about the fact that the homeowner didn't come out of his house? What do you think about it's been suggested to me. I've previously, said that I've heard from a lot of law enforcement. I mean, I'm former law enforcement myself, having been a prosecutor, but I have a lot of friends in law enforcement still. And everybody has been sort of uniform in their commentary to me that it doesn't pass the smell test. And I think, something that has never been brought up, but given the conditions outside, and given that a command post has to be set up, what do you think about the fact that the homeowner didn't offer his basement or his garage or his living room as a command post, and stop making coffee for people? And, are these crazy issues to raise, or, what's your perspective?
Dave. Not at all. You're spot on. I teach a course for Homeland Security throughout the United States. It's called SPOT. It's called Site Protection Through Observational Techniques. And what we do is we teach police officers to profile behavior
Okay, you have to establish a baseline for where you're working and understand what's the normal behavior for the situation you find yourself in. What's the normal dress? What's the normal behavior for that environment? And then to look for the anomalies. That behavior by that officer in that house does not meet the smell tests. 100%.
No, sir.
It's not. And you know who else's behavior didn't? Jen McCabe's. Okay. You're telling me your sister is.
He's absolutely right there. I like the way he says the smell test, but I always say the good old 1 + 1 = 2. If 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, if you have any kind of a weird feeling in your gut or your head is telling you something, that's because it's right. It's your own little, we all have our own little level of ESPN, as my sons, they used to call mine my ESPN because I'm a big sports fan. I've always had a little bit of craziness going on with the ESP thing, whether you believe in it or not. I've experienced it. It happens to me. And so what he's saying is that this is similar to that, is that if it doesn't smell right, don't eat it, right? That's the nose. You take your food out of the fridge, you smell it. If you're suspect about it, smell it, maybe taste a tiny little bit of it, but not too much so you don't get food poisoning. This is the same kind of thing. And thank you and Maria, I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And we always try to be open and welcome to anyone who wants to disagree with us, debate with us in a pleasant, nice, respectful adult fashion. I refuse to try to debate with people that are disrespectful to me or try to put me down or put my Julie, my co-host, down, or anybody in our friend zone. I won't tolerate it. I don't have mods, which normally mods will take care of that for me. So I don't have those. So I have to break to take care of it myself. So thank you, everyone. And what he's saying here is absolutely spot on. And it doesn't make any sense, anything they did. And I've said this all along. I don't buy it for 1 second that any police department is going to make this many mistakes. It's written all over their faces. They know it. You can tell that they're lying through their teeth. And it's not 30 to 50, like we're going to hear Brian Albert say again here in a few minutes. That's not how many there were. There were just enough to get the others to convince that they were right and to go along with them. It's not that everybody lied. It only took a few to cover this up. Just remember who all these players are. It's Brian Albert's brother. Kevin Albert is a detective at Canton PD. Higgins was working out of Canton PD. Why? Because he was BFFs with Berkowitz, the chief of police. How often does a undercover guy have an office in a police department? Very rarely. I've very rarely ever heard of it. So there was a lot going on there that we don't know about. And then you've got everything to do with Sandra Birchmore as well. So there's a lot to both of these cases that we don't even know about. That the Karen Reed trial only was like an iceberg. There's just the tip sticking out of the water. Okay, let's go back and talk about them a little bit. I'll try to catch up with you guys in the front.
In there with your brother-in-law, and you see John O'Keefe possibly dead on the front lawn of your sister's house. You don't immediately go running in there and find out what's happening. Now, here's what I teach my students, Dave, and this is in your neck of the woods. When you had the Boston bombing, okay, the FBI did put out a bulletin on asking the public for help in identifying white hat and black hat, right? They had CCTV images from the street of the brothers before the bombing. And one of the images has the younger brother walking along the sidewalk after having deposited his backpack bomb on the sidewalk. His brother's bomb goes off first. What does everybody in the crowd do? Look towards the sound. What does the younger brother do? Continues walking straight without turning around. That's behavior that is not normal.
Right.
Okay. Why? Because he knew that bomb was going to go off. Okay. So it wasn't a surprise to him.
Right.
Just why Jennifer McCabe didn't go in that house, because it wasn't a surprise to her. Okay. That John was going to be on that front lawn and that there was nothing wrong with her brother-in-law and sister inside the house.
Yeah. And I'm going to add to this, police officer Brian Albert at the time and I believe he was a sergeant at the time
Mhm.
in
Yep.
fugitive
Sergeant
enforcement.
detective.
He was on TV. There was shows about this guy. He recently did an interview, and I'm calling bullshit with this. I'm throwing the bullshit flag here. He did an interview recently, I think, with ABC TV. I might be wrong. I'm a little,
Yep.
sometimes I'm
Yep,
a little
he's got it.
wishy-washy with that stuff. But he did an interview, and he said, "I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer." This is exact words. So that's what he was asked. It was ABC. Now it's coming to me. He was asked why he didn't come out of that house. And it was a great question that reporter asked him. And he answered it it was so wrong and so not true, because any police officer, and I will tell you this, I've come out in my pajamas in the middle of the night at the stop sign. There was a traffic dispute, fender bender, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I get up, my wife wakes me up, I get out of bed, I take my pistol, I take my cell phone, and I'm out there because it sounded like it was getting, we run to where there's danger. That's what we're trained to do. When the World Trade Center happened, 9/11 happened.
He's absolutely right. And so everything that he just said is accurate where Brian Albert is concerned and where John McCabe is concerned. And we've discussed that many times here on Friday Night Lies, that nothing John McCabe did made any sense. How many of you, if this was your situation and it was your sister's house, would have called her versus running up to the door? And especially if the family knows that they keep the door unlocked, you wouldn't have even had to have rung the doorbell. You could have walked in, started knocking on the wall, making noise as you were going up the stairs so you wouldn't alert Chloe, the German Shepherd. That's normal behavior. That's 1 + 1 = 2. Nothing John McCabe did makes any sense. So let's take a quick look again, since he's talking about this. Let's go to that interview. Let me switch gears here and go over to it. Stand by. I've got to go find it. I just pulled it up in a tab and got so many tabs pulled up. Let me switch tabs from the duty guys here for a second.
Oh, Duty Rod and Duty Ed. See, Duty Ed. So he, I don't know that much about these guys. Like I said, like OB has them. She goes on their show and promotes them and talks about them. And she always talks about Ed Wallace about like doing crime scene stuff and processing scenes. And when we talked about it, like when I was on with her, we talked about leaf blower, and we showed the same thing that I just showed, and we talked about like fine particulates, and it's like I thought they might have been looking for something because this was a domestic, like they originally thought, like maybe there was a firearm, maybe there was a black bat, maybe there was something blunt, and I thought about it and was like, no, I think they're trying to blow stuff away to obscure something, hide something. But then just looking at what Gallagher did, looking at it closer, and again, looking at the snow curl off and blow away from it, being in a concentrated area, I said, he literally blew the crime scene away. Like again, I've done this personally. Again, I'm not a cop, but I'm a scientist. Yep. I'm a scientist, mathematician, and I just thought about it saying like, okay, maybe this is the most ingenious thing ever. Maybe this was a great improv. Like maybe you can do it nice and controlled. Nope, there's nothing controlled about it. That's what they said in the Canton police audit, saying that, oh, it takes it off controlled. What control did you see in any of that? That looked like a cluster.
I can't get off this damn commercial. It's not letting me play the video. It's making me watch this commercial. I'm trying to figure out how to get to it. This is court TV. And I don't know why it's making me go through this commercial at all. Let's try that. I'm trying to get to the volume now. Some of these clips are hard to navigate. They keep putting up ads on me and I can't get to the actual tools.
And you'll recall that Karen Reed dropped John O'Keefe off at the Albert's house for an after party. Their house was where the body was discovered in the snow, 34 Fairview. We heard it throughout the trial. Here's the homeowner, Brian Albert, who testified in the first trial, but not the second, explaining why he didn't go out in the cold to help John O'Keefe.
I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Albert also said that their families have been failed by the criminal justice system. His wife said that people should think twice about testifying as witnesses because they got no protection in this case.
All right. How could she even have quoted that? How could she, with a straight face, have quoted what Nicole Albert said? People should think twice about being witnesses. You can't control if you're a witness or not, and you most certainly not control if you've been subpoenaed to testify in a murder trial. I mean, that was one of the most ridiculous, bizarre things she could have possibly said. And then for this reporter to use that quote of all the quotes that could have been used and not even bat an eye at it, like what a bizarre, weird thing to say, right?
Well, she doesn't exactly look like she's doing it with a straight face. I mean, just look at she looks very skeptical at the very least. I mean, it's not like the other ones going like, oh, poor babies. Oh, I know. Like, again, like some of the stuff that's gone on with the behind the scenes stuff, like I don't agree with. Like, just leave everybody alone, deal with it in the court of law. But like to come over here and go, oh, poor us. We had to testify and we had to go to a grand jury and we had to talk to the ice cream man and the feds.
Yeah. And for them to say that it's all about me, like the narcissism in that interview with, I couldn't find the actual interview. It says video private. I tried to actually pull up the rest of the interview, but the one that I found said video private. It wouldn't let me. So do you have one that, so we can show when Jen is asked about the hotline to die in the cold, that clip I showed my slide deck earlier that I showed you, where he's shooting, darts towards her. That look at her, look at the faces of these guys right here. I mean, that says everything. It says so much. Facial expressions say so much. And Jimmy put on, Auntie Deb put on that front long sleep. He was like kind of making fun of the Brian. I wrote brain freeze due to stress. He knew the hotline to die in the cold question was coming up, and I was in he froze for a minute. You could see that his brain wasn't working right because he was lying. He knew he wasn't sleeping. He knew he wasn't in a dead sleep. So that's why he didn't say I was in a dead sleep. That's what normal people say. There's another 1 + 1 = 2. Normal people know all about that phrase. We've all used it many, many times. I was out to the world. I was out like light. I was in a dead sleep. I was in a cold sleep, and he kind of stuttered before he said it because he was lying and his body knew he was about to tell a lie. So Jimmy had a little bit of a parody on saying all these things like long sleep and things like that, which I thought was pretty damn comical. So yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't let me pull. Hang on a second. Maybe I can pull up. Let me try to pull up that one.
You got it? I got it in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me go back to our private chat and grab it from you. The one that I had wasn't letting me open it. Is it at the bottom?
Yep, on the bottom. The last one I just put up.
I see it way on the bottom. Okay, let's try to see if that one will work.
Exactly, MCAT. Yep. Right. Like again, just to say again, I don't like any of the outside stuff with all the other stuff, but like for them to get up here and do this with a straight face, I mean, like talking about like the court stuff, like, oh, we had to get up there and testify and talk about the things that we may or may not have seen, and then rub our arms and lick our lips, and like it just, yeah, uncomfortable. All right, so you got to go to 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
Can't quite see it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, you gotta turn the sound on.
Yep. Hang on a second. It's giving me grief. The tab's not working for some reason. Hang on. I'll have to. Sometimes when you go between two different tabs, you have to start your screen present over. So hang on a second to stop the screen share and share it again. doesn't always like it when I switch tabs. Was that one called Nightline Full Broadcast?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. There, now it should work.
Welcome back. It's the murder trial that gripped the nation and split a community. While Karen Reed's supporters have celebrated her murder acquittal as justice, key players in that trial tell ABC News the way they've been treated is anything but fair. Here's ABC's Matt Gutman.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're
Where are
here.
they getting let down?
There's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. John O'Keefe's friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert, all five of them.
No, you muted. You muted.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to point out to you that I'm gonna rewind it. Watch for Brian Albert's hand touch Nicole's knee in the actual not the clip like this one is, but in the actual run of it. She was about to say something else, and he stopped her.
Oh, is that when he when they ask like, oh, did you go, or like what time did you call? And she goes at 6 and yeah, because JFK played that a couple times ago. At 6 and he turns and it's like at 6 and it's like mouthing the words like you want to talk about hostage video.
He's
like
controlling this entire scene here, and he does it the same with Jen. When Jen barely speaks in this interview, she barely speaks, and when she does, he is literally glaring at her. You'll see that in a minute. But I found that very interesting, the body language with him grabbing her knee like that. But you can't really tell the way this clip is being presented. But whoops, sorry, my son's getting home. Let me mute. I'm going to rewind it though, because I want to see that again myself.
McCabe and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert, all five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Reed! It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night, ever since their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're just pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict? We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand.
It's your heart.
No witness advocate.
It hits you.
What happened? You want to watch Dr. McSteamy?
No, it takes a minute for me to click off of it to get back into this room. He's wrong about the medical examiner, because the medical examiner, it's not like Ellen Greensburg's case where they obviously coerced him and he changed it from a homicide to an unaliving of herself. This was not like that. The medical examiner never, ever said that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And then it was testified that there was no point of impact on John O'Keefe's body. So how can a car hit you if there's no point of impact?
No. Well, how can the car hit you if there's no point of impact and then put you in the place where you ended up with the phone underneath you, with one shoe off, with a gash over here, a gash over here, a gash, marks in the back of his head, holes in his like all that stuff has to work. And if you need to go sideways. Like I listened to, I think there was a little clip of like 2 minutes of Trooper Paul in the ID documentary today, and I thought I was going to lose my mind listening to him. He's like, there was a collision and a side swipe, and he ended up over there.
Right.
And he's like, he was projected linearly to the left this way. How do you square that circle?
A golf swing.
Oh God!
Nubius permanent tooth in 24 hours.
Well,
Brutal 2022 blizzard. Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen?
Is that time jiving? Would it have been 6:30 when Jen finally went into the house? It would have been earlier than that, wouldn't it?
Wait, what's the matter? I'm sorry, what was that? It was what time?
Nicole said that Jen came into the bedroom. I thought something was wrong with one of our kids, because why else would she be coming into our bedroom at 6:30 in the morning?
Yeah, that was the time that I think he was loaded into the ambulance at 6:18, 6:20. And I think they took off about 6:30. So I'm guessing that she went inside, she went inside at 6:30, but I thought she was on film somewhere, like skulking behind, like she snuck into the house.
So they got right. So they got to the scene at what? Does anyone remember? I don't have it.
It was, wait a second. They got there at 6:04. The whatchamacallits got there at about like 6:14, I think.
So from 6:04 until 6:30, she never thought it would be a smart idea to run in the house and go wake up Brian and get him to come outside and tell Nicole what was going on.
Nope.
Yeah, that makes no sense. MCAT says, ask if John was in the garage. And
garage.
In the garage. In the garage. I can even do a pretty good imitation of that. Welcome, Fredrickson's Innocence. Great to see you. Welcome, Mind Journey with Lori Donnelly. Welcome. So glad to have you. And your opinions and your comments are welcome anytime here on Friday Night Lies. We appreciate you. MCAT says they like the victim card. It's so gross. Yeah, this whole interview gave me like the worst vibe, the whole thing. All right, let's watch the rest of it and then we can chat about it a little. Then I want to show you that timeline that we talked about way back at the beginning. That's how we'll end our Friday Night Lies tonight, is going over that timeline that Jen just loves her timeline. So let's go. We'll go over that to end our night tonight. And then we have some, obviously many more things that we're going to talk about as we go forward into this summer on Friday Night Lies with Justice for John O'Keefe.
I'm like, I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it together.
I didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, we called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to
tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV, to hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's emergency? There's a man passed out in the snow.
Passed out in the snow. The guy on the lawn.
Hello? But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to
Why are you
possible
talking
DNA
about Chloe?
evidence
Match
on
not
John
your dog.
O'Keefe, they could have matched.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats
Match
against
to
them
what
and
dog
their
DNA?
families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
They're like all sad sacks.
Our thanks to Matt. When we come back, across America, a country.
They didn't do themselves any favors with that interview because it was very sketchy, and they're Their body language is all over the board. Thank you to, let me go back up here a minute. Thank you to Mind Journey with Lori Donnelly. I appreciate, yes, rest in peace, Chloe, or wherever you are, Chloe. Not your fault that you didn't have great owners, apparently, that call you an it. And thanks for sharing that. I couldn't remember what that was called. Mind Journey tells us these guys are sketchy as it gets. Blocking behavior. I'm blocking physically. Blocking every one of them is protecting their vitals, except Brian. I forgot what
Like
that
this.
was called.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, I noticed
or
that. Well,
this.
holding your hands across
Yep.
your body,
Yep.
holding your hands tight in your lap, like scrunched over. Yeah, I forgot about that, what it was called, but I did notice that the first time I watched it. Thanks for telling us the clinical name for that. Very interesting. Send me an email. I'd love to know more about what you do. I'll put my email up here. I'll attach it as a banner on the bottom right now for all of you. I'd like to know more about what you do, and maybe you could help us out on some future Friday Night Lives as we continue to go back over the testimony, looking for curious behavior, looking for clues that might pinpoint better who the suspects are, what did they do, could one of them have done this, how did it happen? There's so many theories, but it's such a small window of time. So what I'm going to show you now is that how small that window of time is, and most of you already know what that is because we've been over it before here on Friday Night Lives, but I'm going to remind you. So give me a second to put our screen deck back up here, and I can show you the photos of the time frames that Jen. Let me remove Julie. Oh, I don't need to remove that. That's okay. I might have taken that one down by accident, didn't I? Because I think I did. Hang on a second.
I can tell you one thing that I'm not looking forward to at the 4th of July, and that's every single year. And I've already had 2 dogs through this, is the fireworks, and they're already going off. I have my poor little thing up in his crate because he freaks the frig out with thunder, fireworks. Doesn't matter. If he hears thunder 45 miles away, he'll start jumping all over me. So this week's going to be an interesting week. Oh, you muted. You muted.
I had to mute while I was adding back up our deck so I could show you the time frame because the doggies were barking at, I think, my son's home. So let me fast forward here to where I want to be.
Well, one thing I didn't get a chance to respond to is I think one of the last things that our friend Jeff said was that Karen's lying because all the witnesses never saw anybody on the snow or never saw anybody outside. I said, not all of them. Not all of them. What did one of them see? Well, take this 6-foot black blob in the snow. Who said that? Nagel's blob. Why else do we have a Nagel blob with us?
Exactly.
That's what she said that she saw, and she was a witness, not in this trial, but in the first one. And she was interviewed 18 months later. So
the good old Nagel blob. So when we come back in 2 weeks after the 4th of July, unless something we'll live next week if something crazy goes down, and I'll let y'all know. I'll put it on the channel, and I'll send out social media. If you guys aren't on social media, it'll be on the channel. But otherwise, plan that we'll be back for Friday Night Lives in 2 weeks. But we are going to talk more about Nicole Albert, about signs and little things that she says or doesn't say. I want to point out some indicators for me, concerns of possible, not necessarily domestic violence in a violent manner, punching, hitting, things like that, but some type of domestic violence, maybe in a oral manner, like mentally, that I want to show you from trial 1 and trial 2. So and Julie has a clip as well that she wants to point out some things about Nicole and the Jen phone call. So we'll get into that next time. And we'll get into the whole FBI thing that we just learned about in trial 2. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But to end our time together tonight, let's, and hello, Rob Thomas, welcome.
I think that might be a misquote because they're talking about bear hunting, which I mean that's why I got into hunting turkey and bear. It's just I'm too chicken to go bear hunting out in the western part of the state. But
so maybe it came into a wrong live. Okay,
right.
well, you're welcome anyway, Rob. Glad to see you. We're talking about the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe trial. The Karen Reed trial, John O'Keefe injustice and his death. So here's this timeline here. This was put up on social media, and it was on. I'm trying to think now. I think it might show on the next one. Yeah, that's the experiment I want to show. So now I can't remember who put this up, but I'll tell you next time because I have everything written down. When I can credit people, I do. So narrowed down to 1 minute. I doubt the kids and Jen saw John get attacked. I don't think they necessarily did either, because you look at this time frame here: 12:14, John to Jen, where to? 12:20, Higgins to John, are you coming here? Like Higgins loves to use his punctuation marks, 3 of them. 12:22, John and Karen arrive in SUV. 12:22, John exits SUV and walks towards house. 12:23, Julie Nagel notes truck. Ryan Nagel texts here. That all makes sense because Ricky let Karen Reed turn in front of him. If you remember his testimony, he was very clear that they came to the intersection at the same time. They were coming from different directions, and he let the black SUV with the female driver, he said, turn in front of him. So they would have only been seconds, a minute behind at most, which makes total sense. And then Jen to John here, and that's at 12:27, because that aligns with my little chart that I have of her peeking out the window and of her phone extraction. 12:31, pull behind me, SUV moves forward. Karen Reed, as she said, she started to inch forward thinking maybe John would come out, but she's got the Ricky truck behind her, and I'm sure the lights were right in her face, so that would make sense that she'd start etching, sneaking forward. And then 12:40, hello. And then 12:42, where are you? Because now the SUV has left to go back to One Meadows. And then 12:45, hello again, SUV is gone, when she looks out that final time and she says it's gone. Now, I made my own little chart here that I put on Twitter, X, and Facebook. And if you it's kind of hard for you guys to see because it's it's hard to see the writing here. But again, here, this is from Jen's phone. John, says 12:14, where to? Jen at 12, this is where she says 12:27 here. 12:31, pull behind me. 12:40, hello. 12:42, where are you? 12:45, hello. And then over here in the first trial, when she testified, Jen, I did text 5 times. You are correct. It took Jackson, and we'll look at that next time. He had to pull that out of her. She would not admit. She was trying to walk it back and completely contradict herself. So we'll compare her testimony 1 and her testimony 2 next time, because she contradicted herself. In her testimony 1, she knew exactly how many times she walked to that window, peeping out. I did a lot of texting about her peeping eyes, peeping out, peeping out. Matt was peeping out. Brian Albert Jr. was peeping out. Julie Nagel was peeping out. How in the world, scientifically, could all those people be peeping out the window and not one of them see the accident? Not one of them see this supposed alleged atrocity that took place. That's impossible. So Jackson finally gets her to say it. I did text 5 times. You are correct. Jackson points out in trial 1, when Jen texted, she said she was looking out the window. If you texted 5 times, you went to the door 5 times, correct? I'm not certain today. I think I went up to the door 2 times for sure. She was like,
look at that. Look at that. That's exactly what Sherry was talking about. Between 12:25 and 12:35, she said that Jen moved 0 times. So if she had her phone with her where she was texting all this stuff, her phone would have been moving as she was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, unless she was just standing at the window or just sitting in the seat. So she didn't move for 10 minutes. So that's interesting. Okay.
But do you remember, it was either Julie Nagel or Sarah Levinson said that Jen's phone was plugged in at the kitchen.
That was Sarah Levinson. Yep.
Sarah Levinson. So I'll go back and pull that up. So then we can look at all that and look at these timelines, and that's how there's nefarious behavior going on.
Yeah, we didn't get to Sarah Levinson this time. She was interesting because JFK went over her a little bit, and her cross was. There are nuggets there.
Well, and I want to compare to her first cross, because her first cross, they gave her Valium. There is no doubt in my mind that girl was on some. Oh, absolutely. We'll show it and I'll go over it. And I'd love to invite our mind journey back next in 2 weeks, because I totally believe that Sarah Levinson took some type of a relaxation medication because she was such a nervous wreck going into trial 1. And we'll compare her trial 1 side by side with her trial 2. But if you texted 5 times, you went to the door 5 times. Exactly. I'm not certain today. I think I went up to the door 2 times. That's a lie. And you can tell when we look at her testimony next time, she was lying. First time here, SUV, straight out front. She kept repeating in trial 1, straight out front. And then you go over here to this side and it says 12:30, 12:14, so 12:30, this one says 12:27 here. And over here, that's what 12 is here. And then 12:31, second time, pull up behind me. Vehicle moved up to the flagpole. 12:37, pull up behind me. 12:31. Third, further up behind the flagpole. Hello. That's when she says hello. That's at 12.
12:40. Okay.
12:40.
Okay. So 9 minutes. So 9 minutes. So she's saying, okay, so John texted her where to, then 12:27, she says here, then 12:31, pull behind me. So she might have, well, I mean, maybe she put her phone down and went to look once.
But she admits she admits in trial 1 that she was texting every time she went to the window. And then in this one, she doesn't want to admit it. She just doesn't want to admit it. And he finally says, he finally gets to say, I did text 5 times, but then she backed it up again and said, well, I know for sure too. I mean,
she must have told something different to another agency, like whoever, like she spoke to a grand jury or the feds or somebody. She must have told them that, because again, all these people are putting these like little nuggets, like Higgy with the plow, and we're gonna find out that Nicole Albert also mentioned that too. So trial 1, because she didn't testify in trial 2, but yeah, like they all put these little nuggets in that don't match this trial or trial 1, but you try to match, like, why would you say that? That's like seems like nonsense information. Well, unless they told somebody else and they're afraid of, like, oh, I don't know, federal perjury maybe.
Right. Well, so we have a lot to get to next time. I want to compare trial 1 and trial 2 to try to get all her lies figured out. I want to compare Sarah Levinson trial 1 and 2, and then we got to go over the butt dials. Why so many butt dials? Who called? I'll show you guys this clip. Unless, do you have any other clip you want to show before we close out tonight?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay. MCAT says, Brian and Coco moved to Norwood. What a weird thing to say. We grew up in this town. Yeah, exactly. They already moved out. Like Chris Albert saying, we're not going anywhere. Why should we move? Well, they already moved, Chris. So duh. They sold your family house that you owned for 50 freaking years. Give me a break, right? I mean, that just still doesn't make none of it. It just doesn't add up. It's just too much, too many things that don't add up. So let's take a listen to this clip that I pulled up for why so many butt dials, who called who. This is interesting little nugget here for us to end our night with a video. Let me go to the main deck here and pull it up for you. Oh, these ads. There's so many ads that pop up when you try to show any of these. There's just so many. It's crazy to try to find the actual window that's going to show, right? Because there's just so many ads that are pulling up. It's insane. Okay, I'm coming back to. I got to share.
All right. Well, while you do that, let me mention quickly. So Wednesday we talked about what's going on in Canton, and there was news that came out that 2 people associated with the Canton Chronicle, John Camo's channel, his co-host Eric DiGirolamo and Rich Schiffer, the Ducky King, found out through the paper that they were being sent summonses for charges for witness intimidation and picketing for signs that they had that said "I love Canton" and "Chris Albert resign." They were there Sunday. Cops came by. Well, it came out today on an exclusive on John Camo's Mr. Dixie on his Twitter that those charges are not true, even though they found out from the paper who ran an extensive an extensive police report where it's not just like name and where you live, like, oh, this is the charge. They did the whole entire, like, as much information as you could possibly put onto a paper report, they put there. And I guess if somebody called to check to say, like, hey, when are we getting these summonses? When are we getting, these charges? And they talked to the police and said, oh, that must have been a clerical error. You're not getting charged with anything. So,
hang on 2 seconds. Breaking news for anybody that has family in North Dakota. Large tornado on the ground in North Dakota.
That's an odd place for a tornado.
I know. I didn't even know they had that they got that kind of weather in North Dakota. I mean, I know they can get bad storms across those plains and that mountainous area, but wow. Okay, so all of you might follow up on that. Those of you that are weather geeks like me, and if any of you have any family in the area, it doesn't tell me which city. It just says breaking news right now, large tornado on the ground in North Dakota. Okay, sorry, Julie, keep going.
Oh, no, that was basically it. They said, like, oh, it's just a clerical error. And they said, well, why was it put here? Like, what kind of clerical error was it? And I think the person said, like they said something to the point of, well, you could talk to Chief Rafferty about that and, see if you can clarify it that way. Like, so that's again just call the chief. Just call the chief.
Right.
We'll take care of it. We'll do you a
Right.
favor. Like, oh, so everybody has a direct line to the chief now. It's not like let's go through the proper, like go through the motions and talk to, desk sergeant or whoever, takes reports or whatever the case would be. No, just call Chief Felina and, be taken care of. So there's that. But they have a show. They're having a big show, John, to pump up his channel for a bit. Sunday night at 7:00, he's having a big show. Sean's going to be there. The Young Jerks are going to be there. All those guys are going to be there. So
wow. Okay, big show Sunday night. At what time? Do you know?
7:00.
7:00 Eastern time. That'll be interesting to tune into, and then we can dissect it next week. All right, let me play a little bit of this clip here that I found for you guys today, and then we'll call it another Friday Night Lies. Hard to believe how many just keep going by.
Now. Good Wednesday evening to you. Thanks for being with us. I'm Glenn Jones.
I'm JC Monahan. If you tuned into Canton Confidential yesterday, you undoubtedly noticed it was an abbreviated show due to some technical difficulties. So although court was not held today, we want to use this time to once again go over the most recent testimony and take a look at some of the timelines in the case.
I, for one, am glad we're here, JC. Let's start with a rundown of who took the stand yesterday. It was a full day of court, and the only one we'll have this week. The day started with the defense wrapping up its cross-examination of Brian Higgins. Higgins is a key figure, an ATF agent and a friend of Brian Albert's. He testified to being at the Albert home on Fairview Road in Canton the night before John O'Keefe's body was found in the front yard. Last week, we learned Higgins had exchanged flirtatious text messages with Karen Reed over a 9-day period, just weeks before her boyfriend's death.
So after Higgins was excused, we heard from medical workers and 2 town employees, including the superintendent of public works. It was perhaps the most wide-ranging day of testimony so far. And we finally got a key piece of information in the prosecution's case, Karen Reed's blood alcohol content, otherwise known as BAC. Based on yesterday's testimony from medical experts, the morning Reed found John O'Keefe dead in the snow, her BAC was still above the legal limit to drive. So this was hours after the prosecution says that she hit O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Another really important moment in court, testimony from John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. This is really important because John was raising those kids as his own after both their parents died. Before we dive into those transcripts, our Kirsten Glavin has yesterday's highlights.
Director, attention. Back on the stand Tuesday, ATF agent Brian Higgins, who was at the home on Fairview Road the night Officer John O'Keefe was killed. Higgins grilled by Karen Reed's defense about destroying his phone's SIM card and getting rid of his cell phone.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
Higgins arguing that in July of 2022, the target of an investigation he was working on got his personal number, so he needed to change it. Reed's defense pointing out the timeline, showing that he waited until September to get a new phone.
September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Medical experts from Good Samaritan Medical Center up next, testifying to O'Keefe's hypothermia.
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And questioned about Reed's hospital visit that same morning due to a Section 12 order for mental health concerns.
So it looks like 93.93.
Blood work showing 93 milligrams per deciliter, equating to a 0.081 blood alcohol concentration. That's slightly above the legal driving limit. This forensic toxicologist stating at around the time Reed would have had her last drink at 12:45 a.m., tests show Reed's minimum blood alcohol concentration would have been 0.13 with a maximum of 0.29.
And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
Last on the stand, town employees describing snowplow routes and footage taken from town cameras during certain hours that night sent over to state police.
They were able to be exported and sent.
That was our Kirsten Glavin reporting. Joining us now is Sue O'Connell, our courtroom insider for this trial and commentator. Cameras and microphones were turned off during a portion of Tuesday's testimony because John O'Keefe's niece and nephew were testifying. They are minors, so it seemed appropriate to turn the cameras off. But you were in the room. So what were your observations based on what we could not see or hear?
Well, there was a lot of warmth and care taken for these two witnesses who are obviously gone through a number of traumas. And I think everyone was aware when they came in. The nephew entered the courtroom when the jury was not in the room. The uncle was with him up at the stand before the jury came in. There were a number of supporters that were in the building, in the courtroom with them. There were some friends when the niece went to testify. We think one of her friends was brought in to sit with the O'Keefe family. So I think that the care and concern that were offered to these two kids that have been through such trauma was evident. And you could see that. I think there was one juror, you start to get to know their faces and how they react. And there was one woman who just kept staring at them and smiling and trying to be a friendly face. And I think that generally that was the consensus. You know, they did not really cross-examine the kids that much, which was expected. So I think generally, I still feel after reading the transcripts of the testimony, I only had the notes. I really wish that they hadn't been called. Obviously, I recognize that they have their own agency and they might wanted to have testified, but I hated to see them go through that. And I think that generally that's what the courtroom felt.
I just want to point out, I printed out the testimony. It's 72 pages between the niece and the nephew. Of all of this, what was accomplished overall, Sue?
I honestly don't think anything was accomplished that couldn't have been accomplished through other witnesses. You know, one of the things we got, and as has been the case with these prosecution witnesses, we hear a lot of good things that the prosecution may not want to have to know, like she was called the caretaker by the nephew. He said that one of the good times being together was that they were like a family, hanging around each other. She was nice most of the time. When she got mad at him for slowly eating a takeout that she paid for. And the way she expressed that anger was she'd get a little bit of an attitude, she'd get a little mad, and then she would ignore them, right? So she would walk away from fights. And they would only argue with each other, with the sister and the brother and Karen, maybe twice a month. And when it was good days, it was fun. We would laugh and stuff. And it was just sort of a normal, regular family is what they portrayed to us. And, you know, also she drove them everywhere, as we've heard before.
Sure.
So it really painted a picture of kind of a regular family to me.
You know, I guess I worry a little bit about that painting that you've just described, because the prosecution is trying to prove that Karen Reed murdered her boyfriend, the guardian of these two kids.
Yes.
And they had mostly nice things to say about her.
They did offer some, kind of Easter eggs to the prosecution. There was a lot of discussion about the Ring camera between the two of them. Who had access to the app? I don't think they said Karen had access to the app. The home computer, who had access to the home computer? I don't think Karen did. The garage door, which we heard about earlier, it was open. Remember, the niece was there. The nephew wasn't there that night.
He had to sleep over that night. So
Right.
It was just the niece at home.
So she was home alone. So she was there when Karen got home, and everyone came in the morning. They testified that Karen and John had arguments, and they may not have been as happy to the outside or as happy in real life as they were to the outside, because they only fought in their bedroom, which, of course, I fight all over the house. Bedroom.
But I want to just go back to a term you use, Easter egg. You're suggesting that it was planted in a way that the prosecution can come back to it later.
Yeah, exactly. And, part of that was about the console of her car. They testified a lot about how the Bluetooth, if there was a backup camera. But again, they have her car.
Right.
And we know what kind of car it is. We could have gotten that from them. We got that John had a lot of girlfriends. We already heard that. And, the big fight in Aruba that was also a bit of a dud when they did it. They talked about how it kind of initially started from their viewpoint when John was yelling at the nephew for being on the laptop while they were on vacation. Raise your hand if you haven't done that. And Karen defended him to John, and then it got into the UK.
If anything, to me, this was all from the first trial. To me, it sounds like, if anything, the kid's testimony in the first trial made her sound like a good person, like a caring girlfriend of their uncle. It didn't really do anything to disparage her. The second jury obviously didn't hear from the nephew. He did not testify in trial 2, correct? It was only the niece.
Yep. Yeah, just his niece.
And I didn't read. Did anybody here read the testimony, get a hold of the transcript? I didn't. I figured it was probably not any different than the first one.
So I didn't get the transcript. I'm going to go look for it, because she talks about what happened that morning, and like who called who, just to go by. So I want to get the transcript, but I think one of the more remarkable things from this time was when the niece kept calling Karen the defendant, mm-hmm. And David was a little bit more firm with her this time. It was like, why do you keep calling her the defendant? Did you call her the defendant when she would drive you all these places? Would you? Oh, yeah. Would you call her the defendant when she would take you to these places to go shopping, to get your nails done? It was like, right. Well, tell us about this, tell us about this, tell us about that. Are you sure that you didn't have this and this type of relationship? So I think it was a little bit. It sounded like it was a little bit more hard, like more critical of Karen this time. But again, I want to verify that myself.
Yeah. We can find out about we can find out about that for next time.
I think Grant read it, but I mean his streams are like 15 hours a piece. So
I know
it's like looking for
So I just want to end our night tonight. We're gonna go. So for next time in 2 weeks, we're gonna go back to the whole Jen Nicole phone call, the Jen Julie Albert phone call, and then then we're going to go into the butt dials, and then into good old Higgy Bear. So I'm going to end our night tonight with Loophole Lawyer and a little bit of he's just funny as all heck. I've been watching him more because I didn't even really know he existed till recently. So I've been sharing him with you. So let's end our night with Loophole Lawyer. And I love how he calls him Higgy Bear. It's pretty comical.
Before you start this, and before we end the stream, I just wanted to say something to clarify because I know I'm going to get shit for this. Now that we have gone from step 1, Karen Reed trial number 1, trial number 2, going to step 2, trying to find out exactly what happened to Karen Reed. A lot of the more critical creators have kind of put stuff on the back burner and was like, okay, well, we have questions about this, but we understand she has a trial. Let's get her through the trial because we all believe that, again, she's not guilty of doing what she was accused of doing. And it's true. The science matches up. The wounds, everything else doesn't match up with what she's being accused of. But now that we're on step 2, there is no more trial. Right. As far as I understand, she cannot be tried again. Even if there's new information or anything else, she cannot be tried again. So she is basically free and clear. But now it's time to look for justice for Officer John O'Keefe. And I mean, like I've been saying, Karen Reed is here. She can go off and do whatever it is that she wants to do. John O'Keefe has not. And my feeling on what happened is that he was done very, very, very dirty by people who shouldn't have done, like, you shouldn't do anybody dirty like that, but especially like if what we think is true happened, that happened. Well,
right.
Happened. So I just want to
Karen's
say that
Karen's not free and clear. She's free and clear on the M word charges and going to prison, but she's not free and clear because she's got the civil trial in August.
Yeah, but that's like small potatoes. That's just money. Like, okay, you're gonna do money and okay, whatever.
But it's going to be trauma. It's trauma, though. It's not just money. I've never been.
Well, yeah, sure, but she's not going to jail for the rest of her life. That's what I'm saying. She's not going to jail for the rest of her life. So let's figure out what happened to Officer John O'Keefe, because what happened to him should have never, ever, 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 ever happened to him. He got done to my opinion, got done in such a dirty way. And if anybody is holding out information on any part of this that could help the investigation, I'm going to look through it. And again, we looked at, like we just looked at what happened with Lieutenant Leafblower. We just looked at what happened with McCabe's and the Alberts and Higgy. Okay, great. Now let's look into Karen a little bit. And again, I'm looking at what happened between the Waterfall to 34 Fairview and 34 Fairview to One Meadows. Why? Like, okay, she said that she was waiting and then she left. And she said in another one that she was waiting and then she slowly crept away. And she went to the house, no problem. And then you hear the phone calls and she gets angry. And then in some of the stuff, she said, yeah, he went in. And like 2 minutes later, I started to get pissed off because he wasn't coming out. So what the hell's going on? And then I just took off. And now I got upset because I'm, what'd she say? She said that she was not volatile, but she like is just very emotional and like, very reactive. That's what she said.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand, like, again,
reactive,
not putting away for murder, not putting away for manslaughter. Again, she did not take her car and smash it into him. But if there is something else, like if she, saw like a random hobo, that she talked to for 3 minutes who walked by and didn't tell anybody, like that would be information. If she saw Higgy come out of the house, that would be information. So again, it's critical. But I want to get to the bottom of this because I think that guy, well, I mean, everybody who gets unalived deserved justice, but this guy especially, because just my feelings.
We'll do our best to advocate for John, like we're advocating for all the other 12 victims and their families that we're currently advocating for in Social Change Warriors. And now we will go in on advocating for John, and we will get a hold of police reports, read more of the documents, do more searching that we haven't had time to do. Doing the whole free Karen Reed part was different than justice for John O'Keefe. Now
exactly
the advocating and the digging and the looking for anything at all that could have been missed that was never paid attention to when it was all about just trying to get Karen free. So thank you for saying all that, Julie. And we will do that on Friday Night Lives.
And Jeff Williams, please come back and come talk to us. We can agree to disagree. Just be polite, and we'll show you some more stuff, and we can talk about all the things that you want to talk about.
Well, we'll see if he's capable. My jury's out right now if he's capable of being polite. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that are on the other side of the fence, they don't want to be polite. They are refusing to be polite. So we're not going to tolerate any impoliteness. Anyone's welcome here as long as they're polite and kind, like we're being to all of you and to them. So, all right, let's take a little look here before we close out tonight at the loophole lawyer, Vince the lawyer. He likes to dissect the Higgy Bear, and then we'll do way more about Higgy Bear next time.
Happens when she arrived.
It was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. John was a friend at the same time.
Some friend. The second he turns his back, you're making out with his girlfriend.
You're hot. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose.
Welcome to marriage, honey.
Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Defendant said, rather you stay here. So as I was exiting the house and as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. I'm not 100% positive where.
We're back analyzing our favorite type of bear, a Higgy bear, in his natural habitat. We're now discussing the time him and Karen kissed, but more importantly, there was a secret meeting between the two. Did anything happen there that may have led to John being attacked by old Higgy bear? Let's find out.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
How ironic is that? Another potential incident taking place between the breezeway and the garage door entrance. We have now narrowed down the location where John was attacked to a few feet, right near the entrance on 34 Fairview, near that breezeway and the garage door entrance.
Which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was.
It definitely wasn't the back door because it was just too soon in the relationship.
The breezeway or the garage.
As you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
How did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Like this.
Infórmate sobre los cambios en políticas migratorias y protege tus derechos. Soy la abogada Nancy Reyes Guardia.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
Yeehaw!
I was taken back.
Oh, please.
That's something that you were expecting?
No.
It felt like the walls were closing in during the Higgins text messages. I could feel my parents shrinking, and that was painful. I felt like I was having an endoscopy without a sedative.
That's exactly how my ex-wife described our marriage.
It's exactly what it felt like.
Do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello?
That's a very important question by Karen to
Question
Higgy Bear.
mark.
She's asking,
Question
do you
mark.
have any kids? She knows kids are a pain in the ass and destroy every relationship, and those kids aren't even hers.
Defendant responded, aren't we alike?
You asking her about why she reached out to you. How often was that question asked by you?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant.
We've learned by observing the Higgy bear in its natural habitat that they're very similar to panda bears. Male Higgy bears, like pandas, just don't seem to get the point with regard.
Oh my God.
Remember though, cops talk like cops even off duty. It's so ingrained in them because most of them work so much overtime. Their entire life is being a cop. I mean, I can guarantee you that I did not work. I only worked the mandatory overtime that I was forced to because I had 2 children and I was a single parent. So I had other things I had to do other than work my entire life away. But a lot of cops are always trying to pile on the overtime because they love the job. They love being in uniform and they're trying to build for their, off distant retirement. And a lot of people do that in their jobs if they get paid hourly and they're not on a salary. They do major overtime. That's not uncommon. And in the cop world, it's highly, highly common. So when you're around it all the time and all you do is walk, think, drink, act, sleep, cop, it's going to rub off in your personal life too. Absolutely. And Higgy's not wrong though for his side of it. I mean, he was, kind of taken aback, I think, because he's got insecurities that Karen Reed would be flirting with him and confused, like, aren't you still dating John? Are you guys breaking up? I mean, a lot of this makes total sense that it would be conversation that would be normal for 2 people to be having. And especially, it sounds immature, but I'm sure a lot of our text messages with our boyfriends and significant others and husbands might sound immature too, if it's being read in a court of law, right? So anyway, all right, let's go back. This gets better.
Are the mating?
Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John?
Please, this testimony is so rehearsed to try and pin the murder on Karen.
Put me in the middle. There was numerous things that were going on, but I was having a hard time accepting what was happening. Defendant responded, "Do you like me?" I said, "Yes," from jump. Defendant said, "When was jump?" I said, "First time I saw you."
And there you have it. Men fall in love with what they see. Women fall in love with what they hear. And this big boy, Higgy Bear, was in love the second he laid eyes on old Karen.
I responded, "You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, ? Then I said, "What do you like about me? ? Defendant responded, "And I think you're hot." "You really think that?" "I have always thought that about you." Defendant responded, "Yeah, I was basically begging you." I responded, "You don't have to beg me." I meant to say beg.
Sure you did.
I said, "I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now?" And I began to say, "Is everyone asleep?"
Communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you. What did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over. I said, "I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? ?
They're referencing the communication between the two the night they kissed. Karen was begging him to stay over, and the big dope couldn't get the message.
Defendant said, "Yes, you should have. So now what?" Defendant said, "Now what? ? I responded, "Balls in your court." Defendant said, "What do you want?" I responded, "Loaded question. What do you want? ?
Oh my God.
Defendant responded, "I asked you, ! Defendant said, "Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? ? Defendant responded, "Where are you? ? I said, "Canton." I responded, "Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind." Defendant starts off and says, "Do you like me? ? I responded, "Yes, clearly." Defendant said, "Come over my house." I responded, "When?"
Now, you big dope. ?
Defendant said, "When works for you?" I said, "Whoever," and then whenever. "When works for you? ?
Mark, this big dope has no clue how to have an affair. Once the woman says, "Come over," you drop everything. You step over your mother, your grandmother, everything to get to her. You don't say when, she means now.
Responded, "I think you're messing with me." Defendant said, "I'm glad you came over tonight." "Me too. Balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight." I said, "Are you glad you walked me out? ? Are you ? Defendant texted, "We kissed, right? ? So then I put a question mark on her question. A couple of question marks. "Why did you get my number?" And it says, "Each out to me." It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, "Still have not told me." Defendant said, "I told you, ! I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you." And then she said, "A lot, ? I responded, "Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation."
Nobody's happy in a relationship after a few years.
Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated. ? How so? ? Defendant responded, "We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. There was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. The conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before."
We see a deep breath by Karen there, and this is the first time we're really finding out that Karen and Higgy Bear were alone together.
Was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? It was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence. Did they bang? ? What do you want from me? ? I responded, "What's on the table? ? What do you want ideally? ? I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
Ain't that the truth?
Because I went from being solo.
Now that
I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate it. 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 I'd rather do the vignette that I did, having these guys. "You're hot. What are you drinking? ? You're the weed whacker. Oh, picture for kids." Like, what is this? What is this? What is this?
But the thing is, the reason why I wanted to play that to end the night is I like the loophole lawyer. I love his humor. And I was going to play the clip of Higgy anyway, and then I found that he did it. So I let's just play his clip because he will add the funniest commentary. But in all seriousness, though, this is not text messaging relationship level where somebody's going to beat someone to death. I've never in a million years thought that John got beat up because Higgy was butthurt, because Higgy's feelings were hurt. It never made any sense to me. I just don't see that as being a motive for beating him to a pulp or beating him to the point where he where he got hurt that badly.
You don't think so?
I just don't see it. But I mean, I could be wrong.
For somebody that immature, you don't think so?
Well, again, we only know what we see. We only know what the trial has allowed us to see. We don't know these people. We don't know how mature or immature they are in their daily life. We really don't. So, I mean, I have to say, in that section there, it humanizes Higgy a little bit. It makes him seem like not such a bad person or a bad guy when she, what are you looking for? And he says, what are you looking for? And he says the real deal. And I really believe him. I believe him in that instant. I think he is looking for that at this stage of his life. He was married. He's been divorced since 2017. He doesn't have his own family, doesn't have any kids. And it seems like Karen was so into her career and did not want to have children. And this wasn't ever necessarily looking for the real deal. Maybe she will now that she can move on with her life. Maybe she'll find the real deal. I don't know. But that was a very almost a sad moment there to me when I first heard that, when she said it doesn't exist. I mean, a lot of us can feel that way. I mean, I've been divorced forever, and I've had a lot of boyfriends, just like John had a lot of girlfriends. I've had a lot of boyfriends, and I could easily say it doesn't exist because I've never found it again. So, but that to me was a real moment between two people who were having an attraction. Karen was unhappy. Her and John had been fighting a lot. There was the whole thing I understand why Lally brought those Aruba girls up, as painful as that was. I understand why he did it, because he was trying to show jury one that they were having massive problems and that Karen was super jealous of any other woman that John talked to. And John had a pretty big history with a lot of girlfriends and had women friends. And that can be difficult for women. And I get why Lally did that. But this texting to me really shows humanity. It shows two human beings having an attraction for one another, whether it was healthy or not healthy. A lot of people flirt when they're still in a relationship because they don't know what to do. They're scared to leave. They don't want to hurt the other person's feelings. They don't know if they're making the right move, but yet they're lonely. Their ego is bruised, and they get off on flirting with a stranger or with someone, that they know in a group. It happens. It happens all the time. So, but I really do feel that this kind of showed Higgy's personal side. Now, after getting to hear some of this again, this really makes that ominous text, and I think MCAT put something up about this. Higgy was ghosted and he was not happy. John had too much swag at the waterfall. Higgy was pissed. Yes, MCAT, I think all of that is true, but I don't think that's why they wanted John to come to the waterfall that night. Chris Elbert is the one that invited John to the waterfall. John actually asked, it was either in a text, I think, is Kevin coming?
Oh, no, that was to Chris when they were talking at the pizza place. They asked, oh, we're going to hang out. And he asked, is Kevin coming?
Right, exactly. So if John wasn't friends with Kevin, but yet John was having things going on with Kevin, we know he was reporting things to Kevin. So that to me, that's interesting as well. I think it's a 50-50. I think there is a 50-50 that this was just all about. Was this all about Higgy? But then why would Brian Albert go to such lengths? Come here, Goose. Come here. Why would Albert go to cover up if this was a Higgy mistake and not a Brian Albert mistake as well, or an overreaction, or a Colin overreaction because he was still in the house? Why did they go to such lengths to make sure that everybody said that 12:10? Colin left at 12:10. He wasn't in the house. And then you've got that suspect thing going on with Allie McCabe's 360 live 360, and she was out running around in the car after she said she was home. You got a lot of weird sussy things going on, to quote Brian Albert, sus. I don't know. I can understand you guys who are leaning towards Brian got his feelings hurt because Karen didn't break up with John, but Karen never promised Higgy she was going to break up with John. They didn't even start like in an affair. They were just in these early stages of flirting. There was if this had been going on for like 6 months or a year, they were having this heavy, hot affair, and then she ghosts him, then yeah, I could see him being so mad and so upset that he would want to punch John's lights out. But that wasn't going on. This had just happened in early January. So I'm struggling with the whole Higgy Bear being your main culprit. I'm really struggling with that. I just feel like John knew something about something going on at the Canton PD with Kevin Albert and or Brian Albert at the Boston PD that they did not want him to talk about or get into or investigate, whatever the case may be. I just feel like there's something here that we just don't see yet.
Then why did he get so gassed up at the waterfall? Why was he like they were doing the little grab ass thing, or as the defense for whatever reason came out doing the little practice fight or whatever stupid thing they said, and then they said then they were doing wait a second. Then they were doing the Heimlich. Then John O'Keefe said something to him like, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys, fruitcakes? What are you guys this?" And Higgy snapped to attention and then walked to the door and started doing the little gesturing thing and this, pointing to the door this way, exit stage left, and kept doing that, watching his face, wanted to go walk over to him. Where does that come from? I mean, if he wasn't upset about something, like something pissed him off, and he kept pointing in the direction of John O'Keefe.
But remember, who was Higgy Bear really, really good friends with?
Brian Albert.
And who else? Berkowitz.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And probably Kevin Albert.
I don't think so.
We don't know that, though. See, we don't know. There's so much we don't know. And who do you think helped Matthew Farwell get away with his bullshit? Who do you think helped Matthew Farwell frame Sandra Birchmore for her own goddamn death?
Well, a lot of people.
Yeah, the police fucking department.
I believe.
Yes, people. There are going to be people named. I'm absolutely sure of it. Matthew Farwell did not do that by himself. He did not get away with that for as long as he did by himself.
Nope.
There's no freaking.
Agree. Yep, agree.
And so I really truly feel that there is something else that was going on, and I think they might have already been having little tit for tat things going on for all we know. We didn't get to see their phones. They destroyed their phones.
Wait, who? John O'Keefe and Kevin Albert?
Higgins. We have no clue what they might have been talking about days leading up to this little party at the waterfall. You know, for all we know, they were talking amongst themselves. Yeah, let's get John there. Let's have it out with them once and for all about this bullshit with what he's trying to pull with, with Kevin and with Berkowitz and blah, blah, blah. We don't know because they threw away their phones. Something was on those phones, guys, that had nothing to do with Karen and Higgy having this little flirtatious bullshit texting thing. This is high school nonsense. This is not let me get in a fight and hit you so hard you fall and hit your head. There was something going on. Now, again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but this is what we do here on Friday Night Lies. We throw out our theories. We do this on Thursday nights where we try to figure out why the police can't figure out where Sarah Ebersol is. Why didn't they prosecute for Jason Beach? Why didn't they prosecute for, I have to think of his name now, Deshaun Hudson. Why in the world is Ellen Greenberg's death still ruled unaliving after stabbing herself 20 times? And it's very clear she was in a domestic violence situation with ongoing bruising, healing, in different various stages of healing. Why do all these things happen? But this is what we're doing here on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We're advocating for victims of homicides. We're trying to figure out what's going on with their police report. Why haven't the police solved their crime? And now that we know, after everything that's came out in 2 trials, hi, I know Zeus, I'll take you out. Why didn't they solve the John O'Keefe death? Because they didn't want to. They wanted to blame it on Karen. They wanted her to take the fall. She made herself an easy target by going out and searching for him. What do you all think would have happened? What if Karen Reed had not searched for John O'Keefe? What if she had not been the one to find him in the snow in the front yard?
Well, then I think that he would have been buried by the snow. I mean, we had somebody in the chat, I forget when it was, say that that they believe that, whatever happened, he went outside, he would have been buried by 20 inches of snow, and that was the hope. And then it kind of stalled. And
he might have not been found. He might have not been found for 2 weeks when they found the rest of that magic taillight that got sprinkled into the front yard.
Yeah, I mean, it was melted by then. I mean, what's her face? That Emma C, the one that does all the parody stuff. She had pictures because she's local on the South Shore. She had pictures. She's like, look at what happened. I think it was 2 weeks later. not a snowflake on the ground, because it got warm. It was like 50 degrees a couple days later.
And how long potentially could he have been there if it would have kept snowing and nobody came out and Julie Albert never showed up with the donuts and they all stayed hunkered down in their house all day? How long do you think, how long could he have been in that snowbank before someone?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
That's what I just said. Exactly. So I just think that there is something nefarious going on. It was always going on before the waterfall. There's no other logical reason. I don't buy the bullshit that they were both doing undercover work and they had to protect their phones. That's crap. That would have been cleared with their supervisors. They could have extracted only the bits and pieces. Come here, Zeus. They would have extracted only the bits and pieces that had to do with John and Karen and that night and the days leading up to the waterfall, the planning of this so-called birthday party for his son. And so that is come here, Zeusy. Come here. I know. Come here, buddy. I just had him outside when we were watching the video, but he's getting bored with me being on this computer. So we have to part ways. The dogs need me. But guys, there's so much to talk about. There was so much, come here, Zeus. There was so much nefarious behavior, so much that we've been talking about since January, reviewing all the witnesses' testimony. And we'll continue to look back into what I feel it was a lot of lies that were told on the stand by the so-called witnesses that I now feel, I don't feel Jen McCabe is a suspect per se, but she helped. She helped cover it up. She lied. I think your suspects are obviously Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and possibly Colin, because it still makes we didn't get to talk about this at all in trial 2, but it still makes absolutely no sense why they were all so hell-bent on hiding Colin from the scene. If he was there, he was there. So what? If you didn't do anything, who cares what time Colin left the birthday party? Who cares how long he stopped in and who picked him up and when he crawled up the stairs to kiss his mommy and daddy goodnight? Who cares, right? They made way too big a deal out of it than had to be made if he wasn't involved in this in any way, shape, or form. Now, it's possible that he wasn't. It's possible that he did leave the house before Karen pulled up and before Ricky and everybody pulled up. But then you've got that whole component, that suspect. Why did Julie Nagel call off her brother and that she didn't need to ride anymore at the last second after she'd already had him come out of his way? I don't buy any of that either. Something weird was going on with that. Maybe they were dropping off pot. Who knows? But none of it, so much of it makes absolutely zero sense. And so we have to try our best to keep digging into it if we are truly going to advocate for justice for John O'Keefe.
Yep. Now it's going to get interesting. And just blanket statement, we're not making accusations. We're just looking for information.
Right. Everything.
By looking at testimony, making timelines, you name it.
Exactly. Oh, timelines, the famous time. No, everything is our opinion based on witnesses' testimony in 2 trials, police reports, audio, visuals. It's all our opinion. We have an opinion. We're allowed to say it. We're not accusing anybody of anything. It's just an opinion as of right now. We are all plain miniature amateur detectives through a live streaming resource. So thanks everyone who came tonight for Friday Night Lies. This next week could prove to be interesting with Sean on the Gulf making a trip north. That's very, very interesting. And Sunday night's live stream should be very interesting for all of you that decide to watch that. And also, yes, MCAT brings up the whole high school thing at 1:30 a.m. Yeah, that's very odd too. And they didn't get a huge chance to really do much with that in the first trial because judge kept objecting. I mean, Lally kept objecting and the judge was sustained. So it's going to be interesting. So yes, have a happy 4th, everybody who celebrates, and to our friends across the pond. Obviously, we know you don't celebrate, but I think you are living through us vicariously through the trials that you were watching with us. And we're planning to take next week off. If something nefarious happens or something shocking happens, then I'll get with Julie and we may do a short live stream at some point just to touch base with all of you and get all of your reactions, but I'll let you know. Otherwise, we'll plan to be back that week after the 4th of July. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you so much. And we will see you all again very soon. Stay safe over the 4th of July holiday and this weekend as well.
Happy birthday, America.
Happy birthday, America. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Night.
Good night.
Say goodnight, Blob. Good night, Blob.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth.